Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became a Dragon Sage? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Land of Fire, Force. This was his last hope, his last chance to become a shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato. He needed to do this. To learn a jutsu from this med scroll he had been assigned to take by his academy teacher, Mizuki. He had failed the genin graduation exam 3 times, each time because of one jutsu that he just couldn't get right no matter what he tried. His name was Uzumaki Naruto and he was the Jinchuriki of the most powerful of the Biju, the Kyuubi no Yoko. Okay, let's see. The first jutsu is Taju Kage Bunshin on jutsu and then a summoning contract? Hand seals are it's asking for my signature in blood. Okay. Naruto though with a shrug and bit his thumb. He quickly signed the contract inside and smiled. Got it. Now for the Taju Kage Bunshin on jutsu. 3 hours later Irika jumped down into the clearing as Naruto sat panting on the ground, clearly out of breath. About time, nosebleed. I found you, Naruto spoke with a grin. No you fool. I found you. Irika shouted anger. How did I guess you have got me? Too bad you were so fast. I've only memorized 2 jutsu, Naruto said as he scratched the back of his neck. You look exhausted. What the hell have you been doing? Irika asked, confused at seeing his state. Wait until I show you. I never dreamed that some of the jutsu in this thing are amazing, Naruto said cheerfully. If I show you I've mastered these jutsu then you'll let me pass, right? Who told you that? Irika asked, confused. Mizuki-sensei said if I learn a jutsu from the scroll then you'll let me graduate, Naruto replied with a smile. Mizuki! Irika's eyes widened in surprise and he turned quickly. He pushed the blonde out of the way before being bombarded by a volley of shuriken. I'm impressed that you figured out where to go, Mizuki commented as he dropped down in complete combat gear. Now I understand, Irika grunted out as he held his now bleeding side. The scroll, Naruto, give it to me, Mizuki demanded. What is this? Naruto asked in surprise and a little fear. Don't let him have it, Naruto. Protect that scroll with your life. Irika shouted to him as he kept his eyes set on the traitorous Chunin. It's more dangerous than you can imagine. It holds the record of all ninjutsu and kinjutsu known by Konoha. Mizuki used you because he wants it for himself. Naruto, even if you've read it, it will still be meaningless. That I can show you what it means, Mizuki offered with a smirk. Shut up. Irika shouted with rising fear. There is no way Mizuki would. Naruto, you know what really happened 12 years ago when the Kyuubi no Yoko was defeated, don't you? Mizuki asked with a widening smirk. Mizuki, stop. Don't. Irika shouted, now thoroughly afraid of what was coming. Since the incident the people of our village have been bound by the highest decree, Mizuki continued unaffected. What are you talking about? Naruto asked as he felt his throat going dry. You wouldn't remember because the decree was that everyone would know except you. Mizuki was now openly grinning from ear to ear. Why not me? Naruto stammered out. Because you are the Kyuubi no Yoko. Mizuki shouted with glee. Naruto stood still, not knowing what to do. You are the Kyuubi, the monster which assaulted and rampaged through Konoha 12 years ago until finally you were defeated and bound to your current form by our beloved Yondaime Hokage. Mizuki continued. Stop it. Irika shouted to the traitor. Since then, you've been made a fool of by everyone in the village. Didn't you ever think it was strange? To be despised everywhere you went? You killed Irika's parents too. If he were honest, even noble Irika would admit he hates you too. Mizuki yelled as he spun his Funa shuriken in hand. No one will ever accept you. That scroll you now carry was the key to your ceiling. Demon, he threw it towards the blonde. Irika jumped in the way and the shuriken pierced his back. Foolish Irika. Naruto asked as he looked up at his former teacher's face. Forgive me, Irika said tearfully. If I'd been a better teacher, a better person, then maybe it wouldn't have come to this. Naruto dashed away into the trees a moment later. Naruto, he called after the boy. It's over, Irika. Goodbye, old friend. Mizuki said as he slashed down with a kunai. And blood started to pour onto the unforgiving ground. Got to get away, must get away, Naruto thought as he cast a glance behind him. Naruto, came the shout and he saw Iruka jumping beside him. Give me the scroll. It's what Mizuki is after. Protect that scroll with your life. You are the QB no Yoko. Naruto turned quickly and slammed his full weight into Iruka, forcing them both to drop to the ground. You, Iruka rasped out as he tried to get to his feet. What's wrong, Naruto? He asked before his illusion dropped, signifying it was Mizuki instead. How did you know I wasn't Iruka? He demanded. I didn't, Naruto chuckled and leaned against a tree. But Iruka-sensei told me to guard this scroll, and that is exactly what I intend to do. So noble. Why? Don't you want the power? You and I are the same, Naruto. We both want something. Give me the scroll and I will give you whatever you desire, Mizuki said as he held out his hand. Not a chance, Naruto shot back. I'm nothing like you, Mizuki team. The traitor looked at him in disgust, then say goodbye, Demon Fox. He shot forwards with Fuma Shuriken spinning in hand. Die. Naruto's eyes widened before formed several hand seals instinctively. Kuchios no Jutsu. A moment later a large poof of smoke signified the appearance of a summoning. What? Mizuki thought in surprise and he stopped a few feet away. Holy that's it. A large dragon several meters long appeared from the smoke and turned its gaze on him. There is no way that demon could summon a dragon, the traitor thought in slight fear. This boy, it's been a while since I was last summoned that I shall test his worthiness. Later, but for now I am hungry and I certainly smell a desirable meal. Prepare to die, mortal, the dragon's menacing voice spoke before his head shot forward. No! Mizuki thought before he was devoured by the large beast in front of him. The dragon turned towards the blonde boy and noticed he was now unconscious. Probably exhausted himself. That I must take him away from here and back to the mountains. To perhaps that human village nearby will prepare him for the trials ahead, it thought as it picked the boy up and took off into the night sky with the scroll. In his office the Sandaime Hokage, Sartobi Hiruzen, watched sadly as the boy he had come to view as a grandson was taken away by a dragon. Part of him wanted to send a team after them but was clear that they were now too far gone to be retrieved, and he knew that Naruto wouldn't be returning to Konoha as one of its citizens, not when he would experience the outside world away from Konoha. There was the fact that he now knew he was the QB Jinchuriki, and with the way he was told that it wouldn't be pretty if he were to turn his angered gaze on Konoha. Without knowledge of the dragon's destination, Konoha couldn't send anyone to look for the boy nor the scroll, which held one of the only things that could open the seal on his stomach. The scroll contained a key to Naruto's seal. Naruto, Hiruzen thought worriedly. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure no Sato Reikage Tower. Here is today's paperwork. Reikage-sama, spoke an attractive female jonin as she carried a large stack of papers into the office. Reikage-sama? She asked hesitantly. And so the most powerful shinobi in Kumo, the Reikage, Killer snored as he slept at his desk with the morning sun glaring through the window. Reikage-sama, you need to do today's paperwork, she shouted in his ear. Oh, what? Why? He asked frantically as he awakened. Today's paperwork, Reikage-sama, the aide said with a smile. It was always interesting working for this man. He was childish at times and seemed to be level-headed at others. He was a hard case sometimes, but only when it concerned his younger brother or the previous Reikage's granddaughter. After the Sandaime Reikage passed away with young Yujito's parents, he had basically become the girl's adoptive father, and he loved her as the daughter he never had. Speaking of which, he still needed to sort out her team for when she graduated later today. At this rate her team would be missing 2 members. He already had a sensei picked out, his own brother, since he was the Hachibi Jinchuriki. If worse came to worse, then he would have Kurabi take her as his apprentice. Reikage-sama? His aide asked hesitantly. What is it? He said as he turned serious at her sudden withdrawn look. He turned to where she was pointing and his eyes widened slightly. That's a dragon. What the F is a dragon doing outside my window? Indeed it was. The massive creature came to a stop just outside of the window and set a small blonde child down on the balcony with a scroll attached to his back. It took one look at the wreckage and then disappeared in a poof of smoke signifying it was a summoned creature. What just happened, Reikage-sama? The aide asked unsure. He looked over the boy and the scroll on his back. That scroll is definitely the forbidden scroll of sealing created by the Shodai Hokage, but that would mean he's from Konoha, so why did that dragon bring him here? Dragons rarely leave Cloud Peak, and even then it's only for food. What is so special about you? Reikage-sama? Suddenly 3 Kumonins appeared within the room. It is all right, he reassured them and then turned to them. Samui, Karui, Omoi, take this boy to the hospital immediately and contacted me the moment he wakes up. Also check if there is anything strange about him. Yes, Reikage-sama, Samui acknowledged even if she didn't understand the reasoning behind the orders. It was going to be a long day. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure no Sato Hospital. Naruto groaned as he awoke to the sight of the sun setting out the closed window and its rays covered the sky in a red hue. He sat up with another groan and looked around, immediately recognizing that he was in a hospital, though it didn't appear to be Konoha's hospital. It was mostly yellow instead of the usual white and was littered with monitoring equipment. Where the hell am I? Naruto asked in thought as he shakily got out of the bed. He looked down to see he was wearing a hospital gown. How did I get here? He walked over to the window and looked out. Whoa. From where he looked he could see a massive city-like village stretched out over several mountains clustered together. I'm not in Konoha anymore. Suddenly the door opened and a young woman stepped inside dressed in a familiar yet completely alien nurse's outfit. She stopped, looked at him and then blinked before rushing back out of the room. This can't be good, I need to get out of here, Naruto thought and formed a hand seal. Henge. Immediately he was wearing cloths again even though he knew they were an illusion. He formed another hand seal and summoned as much chakra as he could muster. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly 20 appeared inside the room and started storming out to provide his distraction. I have to get out of here now. He jumped out of the window with his clones and fell. What the hell? Naruto exclaimed as he fell through the large gap between the village's platforms that kept them all atop the mountains. I don't have the chakra left to make a ladder out of clones. I'm gonna die. And then suddenly everything went dark. Naruto's mindscape, Jinchuriki seal. Drip, drip, drip. What the hell happened? Naruto shook his head as he looked around his new surroundings. Huh, it looked like a sewer. This feeling. Naruto slowly started walking and made his way through the corridor and entered a large chamber with what looked like a large medical gate on the other side of the room. Come here, boy. A pair of crimson-slitted eyes snapped open as the blonde grew closer. Suddenly the beast sent out 4 large claws in hopes of ripping him apart through the bars. You annoying little human, rip this seal off now or I shall feast on your bones, the voice growled out in frustration. Why you can't beat at the Kyubi no Yoko, Naruto stammered as he took a step back. Do not waste my time. Do as I command, the giant fox roared in fury. Everyone sees you as me, a demon. Give up that I will save you from your pain, your loneliness and your hatred. Suddenly Naruto's jumpsuit opened and the seal on his stomach became visible. Yes, you're doing fine. The seal distorted a moment later and a black liquid started to pour out and onto the floor. Now to come here and rip this seal off, the fox ordered and Naruto staggered towards the seal on the cage. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure no Sato Rainbow Mountain. Reikage-sama. Omoi shouted as he and the forces arrived on the scene. I see it, he confirmed as he looked down at the massive demon fox with 8 tails that clung to the mountainside below. So that is what's made the boy special enough to receive the attention of the dragons, he thought with slight worry. Brother, why do you never come and see me? The Rockin' Killer Bee asked his brother in a bad rap. Do you not see the giant demon fox in front of us? He asked his brother as he gestured towards the monstrous creature. So that's the Kyuubi.to transform like that, he must have an interesting Jinchuriki, Karabi commented in rap. Go Hachibi and hold him down while I seal him up, the Reikage ordered and the 2 jumped down. Wait, a gruff voice stopped them and they turned swiftly. What they found was a dragon, we will take care of him. I didn't even sense them, he realized before fixed dragons flew out from seemingly nowhere and descended towards the monstrous fox. Stay out of the way while we deal with this. It will be over soon, said the lead dragon before they flew down towards the tailed beast below. Miyaka-kun, you know what to do. Another nodded and flew directly above the 8-tailed demon fox. Fuinjutsu, Reimo Fuin. Miyaka roared as she struck down a large spear of white lightning through the fox's midsection. The lightning then lanced out and pinned the beast's tails to the ground, causing it to roar in anger. It is done. Now we shall see if he remains a fox or ascends into a knight, spoke the dragon leader. Yes, Hotorsama. Miyaka bowed her head towards the lead dragon. Naruto's Mindscape, Jinchuriki Seal. Almost there, the QB said with glee as Naruto reached out to grab the seal paper on its cage. Only for someone to grab his wrist. Huh? Naruto asked as he snapped back to his senses. He turned to the one who had stopped him and his eyes widened at the sight that greeted him. Your dash, he began before the figure picked him up and carried him away from the cage. QB roared in anger at the intruder. What are you doing here? Yandame Hokage-sama? Naruto stuttered out in surprise. I infused some of my chakra into the seal to act as a failsafe just in case the QB tried to break free and release 8 of its tails. I honestly hoped I never had to see your ugly face again, QB, but I wanted to see how far my son had grown, so I guess it all evens out in the end. Oh well, spoke Namikaze Minato. Yandame Hokage, come here. I'll rip you to shreds, the QB roared again. Not the best invitation, so no thanks, Minato said back with a frown. Right, Naruto? He asked the younger blonde. Naruto.my name. Naruto said confused. How did you know? How? I'm the one who named you, Minato responded amused. You're my son after all. Your son? Naruto paused, unable to comprehend what was going on. You heard me, you're my son, Naruto, Minato confirmed as tears started to fall from Naruto's eyes. Dad? The boy asked hesitantly. Yandame, the QB roared in anger at being ignored. That thing is too annoying at times, let's go somewhere quiet, Minato said before he clicked his fingers and the two were transported into a large white void. Naruto wiped away the tears in his eyes as Minato looked on sadly. Sandaime-sama didn't tell you much of anything, did he? I guess he wanted to suppress as much information about the QB as possible. If people knew you were my son, then you'd have been in danger. A lot of good that did me, Naruto rasped out. That I'm sorry, Naruto, but it was the only way I could think of. Minato apologized only to receive a punch from the younger blonde. Why would you ever put the QB inside your own son? How could you put me through that? I don't know if I'm happy or if I'm mad right now. You're completely insane. Naruto cried out in anger and sadness. Minato sighed after it was clear his son had calmed down. I know. Naruto, how old are you? 12, Naruto answered as he wiped his eyes again. 12 already, huh? That I don't know what to say, Minato admitted with a saddened sigh. It's not, just give me a second, Naruto said and took a deep breath. Alright, that I'm the Yandame Hokage's kid, that I can deal with that. He chuckled in what seemed like relief. Minato just smiled before he spoke again. That there is something you should know. There was another reason why I sealed half of QB's chakra in you. It wasn't just because I thought you could control its power. It was because there was someone manipulating the QB 12 years ago when it attacked Konoha. Manipulated? Are you saying the QB was being controlled when it attacked Konoha? Naruto asked in surprise. Minato nodded grimly. I fought him and I didn't even scratch him. It was like I was fighting a ghost. That he's an extremely dangerous shinobi. Who is he? Naruto asked. I don't know, I didn't even see his face. He was wearing a mask, Minato answered. I believe he will attack Konoha again, and I believe he will come after you to get the QB back. You can't let him get it. Dad. Konoha Naruto began, but Minato held up his hand to stop him. I already know. I must admit I don't blame you for not leaving, Minato interrupted. But I didn't. Naruto started again. To them, the moment you were taken by the dragons, you were considered to no longer be a Konoha citizen, and after what I saw from the seal, I wouldn't blame you for staying away from them, Minato finished. Do you think I should stay here? Naruto asked hesitantly. That I up you, Naruto. It's your decision and no one else's. I'm proud of you no matter what choice you make, Minato said with a smile. Dad. Thanks, Naruto smiled back. Now I must be going. I'm almost out of chakra. A word of advice that if you're staying in Kumo then you won't meet Jiraiya anytime soon, and he is the only one I gave a key to. The forbidden scroll of sealing was used by me to seal the Kyuubi, Minato began as he brought his hand up to the seal on Naruto's stomach. It twisted and returned to normal a moment later. I just used my key to restore the seal to normal, but this is only a one-time thing. Inside the forbidden scroll of sealing is the third and final key to your seal that it's at the very end of the scroll and you really can't miss it when you see it. It is the first step to controlling the Kyuubi and I have faith in you to find a way to do it. Forbidden scroll of sealing. I got it. Naruto nodded in understanding. You're not strong enough to fight the Kyuubi, so don't use it unless you are absolutely confident that you can beat it, Minato told him. He put his hand on the younger blonde's head and smiled as he slowly disappeared. Parents always believe in their children and I believe in you, Naruto. He was gone a moment later. Thanks, Dad, Naruto said and turned as the void shattered around him. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure no Sato Rainbow Mountain. It looks like he passed our test, Miyaka commented as she saw the fox contract and collapse in on itself. I was worried we might have to kill him for a minute there. That would have been unfortunate, Hattori added with a nod as the red chakra faded to reveal a completely unharmed Naruto. Boy, step forward, he spoke. Naruto did as instructed and looked over at him. You must be the dragon I summoned before. No, that was me, Miyaka spoke from the side. I am Miyaka no Ryu, it's a pleasure, she greeted. Uzumaki Naruto, Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto said back. Don't take this the wrong way, but what are you all doing here? He asked as he looked over the 5 dragons. You summoned one of my people last night, the dragon leader responded clearly. We dragons haven't been summoned by anyone in over 300 years, and not only were you able to summon us, but you were also able to pass your test to become a Ryu Sennin, Dragon Sage. What? Naruto asked confused. A Ryu-Sennin. Miyaka-Kuin.do it, ordered Hattori. Yes, Hotoima. Miyaka bowed her head. And her wings glowed. Beams of light shot out and covered Naruto's formed from view. Ryupo, Ryu no Yoroi. When the light died down, Naruto was revealed to the world again. What is this? Naruto asked as he looked down. His entire body looked like it was covered in some kind of orange, black and white armor. In his hand was a glowing red sword with a blue-white ball just below the hilt. Think Naruto's costume from the game, Naruto Shippuden, Rajinki. I may not have liked the game itself, but I love to costume change, so mix that it with the armor of a knight and you have the current Naruto. Think of them as gifts. If you are going to be our summoner, then you will need strength unrivaled by anyone else. We only accept the best as our summoners. You will be the best or you will die. Now let me hear you. Hattori set his gaze on the young blonde. That I will become the best, surpassing everyone else and catch up to my father. That's my promise, Naruto stated clearly. Good, then we will be off. Until next time, boy. Hattori bowed his head in respect before he flew off into the sky, followed by the other dragons one by one. Call on me if you need some help, Naruto-kun, Miyaka said before she too flew away. Naruto sighed as he sheathed the sword on scabbard he had strapped to his back. This has long day written all over it, he thought, and turned to the sight of several Kumo Nins approaching. So your Kano has Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the leader spoke, a big guy dressed in what looked like Kage robes. I am the Yondaime Raikage of Kumogakure no Sato, he declared. That I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Kyuubi Jinchuriki and current Ryu Sennin. It's nice to meet you, Naruto said, slightly nervous. He was expecting all the Kages to be old guys like the old man, not someone who looked like he could kill you with just a look. I'm not Konoha's Jinchuriki anymore, Raikage-sama. Best not to PSS him off if you can. He raised an eyebrow at that. Really? Then, would you be interested in joining Kumo? Join Kumo? Naruto blinked in confusion. But I failed the Genin graduation exam 3 times and I still haven't passed it. I's eyes narrowed at that. If that were true, then you shouldn't have been able to summon one of those dragons. You clearly summoned the one that dropped you off at my office this morning. How could you not pass the graduation exam 3 times and yet summon a dragon? I can't create clones, Naruto said embarrassed. Clones? It was Kurabi that spoke up. They wouldn't happen to be normal clones, would they? Because if they were, then get down and shake your belly, cause we Jinchuriki got too much chakra to make such a useless wannabe. Huh. Naruto blinked with a sweat drop. What my brother means is Jinchuriki are physically incapable of creating regular clones because they have too much chakra to control. Even our own Jinchuriki can't create regular clones, so they use A-rank lightning clones instead, he explained. Yeah. Jinchuriki here? Naruto asked in surprise. Kurabi here is the Hachibi Jinchuriki, he replied as he gestured to his younger brother. I see that then Konoha didn't want to tell me that, or they didn't want to know why I couldn't create regular clones, Naruto muttered as his fists clenched at his side. It seems that way, kid, the Raikage agreed with a nod. Is that offer still open? Naruto asked after a moment. Yes, he nodded in confirmation. Then yes, I will become a genin of Kumo, Naruto agreed and bowed his head. He smiled at his luck. Good, then come with me so we can get you registered, and then you will head to our academy to meet your team. Team? Naruto blinked in confusion. Genin team, the Raikage answered with a smirk. Unfortunately, we only have one genin out of the regular teams, and normally they're kept behind, but since you're here now, I finally have a third team member. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure no Sato Academy. This was unreal. Walking towards the academy reminded him so much of home, of Konoha, and yet it was so different too. When he was finished signing all the documents and got his ninja license, he walked towards the academy led by a boy a year older than him called Sure. As they made their way through the village, the villagers went about their business in a similar manner to the villagers back in Konoha, with one very significant difference. They didn't glare at him or even ignore him in the least, quite the contrary actually, they practically adored him. Some people said hello, some smiled, and some even waved a few times. He didn't understand why they were like this when he unleashed 8 of Kyuubi's tails in broad daylight just this morning. What made things even stranger was the fact that as they walked, he noticed the girls his age and a few years older looking at him the same way that he saw girls look at Sasuke back in Konoha. Strange. As if reading his mind, Sure spoke up, Jinchuriki are treated differently here compared to other villages. Instead of fearing the demons they contain, we actually consider them to be the ultimate protectors of our village and its people. Kurabi-sama especially, considering how much he's sacrificed to ensure our continued peace. He's a hero among heroes here in Kumo, and to be a Jinchuriki is considered the highest honor. I see, Naruto said finally as they kept walking. Here we are, Sure declared as they reached their destination. The graduation class is on the second floor, room 217. Thanks, Naruto nodded and entered as Sure left. He quickly made it to the room and breathed, here we go. He knocked and entered after being called, hi, I'm here for graduation. You must be the boy Samwisen talked about. The teacher spoke in understanding. Come in, I'm Darui and I will be your teacher for the next 10 minutes. He added the last part amused. I think I'll manage, Naruto joked. Please introduce yourself to the class. Darui gestured towards the assembled. I am Uzumaki Naruto, nice to meet you all, the blonde said with a smile. He's cute, a girl commented. Oh please, he looks like a wimp, a boy scoffed. Nah, didn't you hear? This guy is the Jinchuriki guy from Rainbow Mountain this morning, another boy countered. Seriously? This guy is a Jinchuriki? What the hell makes him so special? The first boy demanded. How about the fact that he's not an but like you, the girl said with a smirk. All right, settle down everyone. Darui spoke and silence claimed the room as Naruto sat down at the chair he was motioned to, right next to the one person in class who had different thoughts about the newcomer. This guy was able to stop himself from losing control and letting the Kyuubi out this morning. To be able to stand up to the most powerful of the Biju, that he's not an ordinary Jinchuriki like I am. He's something else, thought Niyujito. All right class, I will now read out your teams, Darui spoke up again. First is Team Z consisting of. This has very long day written all over it, Naruto thought with a sigh. Eventually his name was called. Since there are 2 students more than usual, Team B will be a 3-man squad consisting of Uzumaki Naruto and Niyujito under Yatsuki Kurabi. Darui finished, causing the two to look up in confusion. 3 Jinchuriki on the same team? This wouldn't end well at all. Apparently they weren't the only ones who thought so. Darui-sensei, why do they get special treatment? One of the students demanded. Darui looked annoyed and spoke before Naruto lost his temper. Are you blind? There is no one else available to fit the slot for a third teammate, and it's not unusual for 2 academy graduates to have their own team. When I first became a genin, I was in a 3-man cell myself, and trust me, it's a lot harder without a 4th teammate watching your back. The class fell silent at that. Very, very long day was the only thought that passed through Naruto's head. Tap. Would you stop that already? Yujito shouted in annoyance. They had been waiting for 20 minutes since all of the other teams had been taken away by their respective sensei, leaving only them in the room. After 5 minutes of boredom, Naruto started to tap his pencil on the table, much to Yujito's frustration, which he had continued to do until she had yelled at him to stop. Silence. Thank you, Yujito muttered in relief. Tap. That's it. Yujito shouted and tackled him to the ground. Hey, what are you doing, you crazy cat girl? Naruto shouted back as the 2 rolled across the floor. They came to a stop in front of the teacher's desk with Yujito pinning Naruto down by his arms. What is your problem? You're my problem. Yujito yelled, annoyed. You come out of nowhere, graduate as a genin, and then you have the audacity to annoy me with your infernal tapping and ask me what's my problem? You are a complete and total moron. That's my problem, you idiot. Sorry? Naruto hesitantly asked. Yujito got off him and huffed before turning away. Hey now. I just needed something to do. It's been a messed up couple of days and I'm still sorting through everything. Sorry if I offended you or anything. He laughed nervously. Why? Yujito asked before turning around to face him. Why are you here? This was supposed to be so simple. I was supposed to graduate and be taken as Kurabi-sama's only apprentice and become strong enough to protect my home. Then you walk in and accomplish the same thing I've been doing for the last 4 years in only a day. How the hell do you think that makes me feel, huh? Naruto remained silent at that. Oh boy. They snapped their eyes to the door and saw a dark-skinned man who looked about 30 standing in the doorway. This is gonna take some work, fools ya fools, the man spoke in bad song. Who are you? Naruto blinked. I'm the man who floats like a butterfly and stings like a killer bee, 'cause I'm the 8-tailed beast, the man declared. Kurabi-sama, Yujito bowed her head in respect. We were just she began. No need to tell 'cause I heard it all like a ringing bell, Kurabi rapped. You're our sensei? Naruto asked, feeling slightly disappointed. Somehow I was expecting a ninja, not someone who sings bad rap, he sighed in thought. Both of you come with me, yo, and we'll see where you stand on my test, yo, Kurabi spoke as he ushered the pair out of the room. Hey, no pulling! Naruto yelled as the man practically dragged the 2 out of the academy and towards one of the training grounds on the lower platforms of the village. Lightning Country, Kumo Training Platform D. Let's start with you both introducing yourselves, fools, ya fools, Kurabi said as the 2 genins sat down against a metal bench. Yujito spoke first. Ni Yujito, I like my home and I dislike anyone who threatens it as well as someone I know. She sent a glare at Naruto, who scoffed slight as she continued, I don't have many hobbies and my dream my goal is to become the Kumo's greatest protector. After it was clear she was done, Naruto spoke up, the name's Uzumaki Naruto. I don't really like anything and I dislike how corrupt Konoha has become. My hobbies, pulling pranks and watering plants, and my dream that I don't really have one. Alright, I'm Yatsuki Kurabi, you will refer to me Hachibi-sama, Hachibi-sensei or Kurabi-sensei from now. Fools, ya fools, Kurabi said. I like Enka and my vacation time. I dislike anyone who has a problem with my rap and my brother's meddling. My hobbies are my singing and making new raps. My goal is to merge Enka singing with my own rap style. Fools, ya fools. Man. And I thought I had problems, Naruto thought with a sweat drop. Now then I will test you both here and see how you both fare. Fools, ya fools, Kurabi said and stood up. We're gonna spar to see if you're up to par, he added with a nod. Yujito shot up and threw out a punch only for Kurabi to evade and strike her in the chest. She exploded into lightning and paralyzed the Kumo champion, but he shrugged it off in moments as the real her appeared behind him. Raikyu! Yujito called out as she hurled a ball of lightning at the Kumo Jonin. Not bad, little cat. Kurabi started before he disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared behind her. But you're still as slow as a clumsily flung bat. He kicked her away, causing her to skid along the metal floor until she stopped. Damn it, Kurabi-sensei really is strong, Yujito thought grimly. Rai Bunshin no Jutsu was practically useless against him, she added in thought. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto called out, and to their surprise 100 Naruto clones appeared around them and charged. This kid's got potential if he can create this many shadow clones with only academy-level chakra control. If he's ever able to fully control it, he will be almost unstoppable, Kurabi thought with a smirk as he struck down the assembled clone army with his bare hands. Raikyu! Yujito exclaimed as she threw another ball of lightning at him, hoping to catch him off guard while he was distracted. Kurabi saw it coming and quickly jumped away. He landed a few feet away and saw the two genin ready themselves for the next attack. We can't even touch him. Hey sensei! Naruto shouted with a smirk. Suddenly another Naruto appeared behind the Hachibi Jinchuriki and grabbed his shoulders, surprising him. Maybe you should watch your back more, the clone said. Take him out now with my clone, he shouted to his teammate who was already preparing her next attack. When did he dash? Kurabi blinked, surprised as he tried to break himself free of the boy's grasp. Raikyu! Yujito threw a ball of lightning at their sensei and the clone holding him down. It struck, and smoke filled the air. You pass, Kurabi said as he appeared behind the two completely unharmed. Thank you, Kurabi-sensei, Yujito said as she bowed her head in respect. This guy, he's a true Jinchuriki, Naruto thought with a smile. This might not be so bad after all. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure no Sato Reikage Tower. Please, I'm begging you, don't make me do another one of these chores. Naruto practically shouted before they were offered yet another D-rank mission. He looked both amused and annoyed at the same time. And why would I give you higher ranking mission? Oiroke no Jutsu. There was an explosion of smoke before a naked blonde girl with clouds covering her appeared in the room to the surprise of everyone, besides Kurabi. He never stood a chance. He fell out of his chair with blood pouring out of his nose and a grin on his face. Kurabi didn't seem to be affected, and as for Yujito, well, she didn't look happy at all. A split second later, Yujito smacked the blonde girl over the head and she transformed back into Naruto. What the hell was that, you idiot? Yujito angrily snarled at her fellow blonde as she held him by the collar. Went on for another few minutes before the Reikage regained consciousness and spoke in a serious tone. Very well, you will get your mission, however it is not an ordinary mission. The tone he used immediately stopped the two. What is it? Naruto blinked. There was recently a request forwarded to Konoha by a bridge builder from the Land of Wave. It has been listed as a C-rank mission, however I don't believe that. Our spies have identified that the shipping tycoon, Gato, is in the area and is working towards enslaving the entire country. The Konoha team being sent has the last Uchiha on it, and Konoha won't risk him when they finally find out about the information their client has been withholding from them. Your orders are to not succeed where Konoha fails, the Reikage explained. Leave it to us, brother, we'll have it done at time for supper. Fools, you fools, Kurabi said with a shrug. Go, he gave the order. Land of Fire, Eastern Border. Uchiha Sasuke, the last of his clan, had been having a rather painful day of listening to his #1 fangirl constantly asking him out on dates. Haruno Sakura had been pathetic during their real genin test, and even their new teammate, Sai, seemed to have more skills than her. Sai was a quiet boy who well, I don't really know how to describe the kind of guy he is. We are entering foreign territory, you should be quieter, ugly-son. Yeah, something like that. What did you just call me? I'm going to kill you. Sakura shouted in anger and lunged to attack the newcomer, only to be stopped by their sensei. Ataki Kakashi held her back by her collar while he continued to read his little orange book. Now Sakura. What have I told you about teamwork? Sakura huffed and continued walking. Why did we have to have him on the team? He's almost as bad as Nurabaka on his worst days. So can we expect any ninja on this mission? Sasuke asked, seemingly uncaring. It's only a C-rank mission and the Land of Waves doesn't have a shinobi village. You don't have to worry about foreign ninja for a while yet, Kakashi responded with a shrug. Just then a pair of figures appeared out of the puddle they had walked past and wrapped Kakashi in chains. What? What the dash? Sakura nearly screamed as the group turned around. One down, one of the assassins whispered as they pulled on the chains. And cut Kakashi down in a matter of seconds. Kakashi-sensei! Sakura screamed in fear at seeing their teacher killed with ease. Two down, the assassins whispered as they appeared behind Sai. Fortunately he was ready for them and quickly turned, drawing his tanto and blocking the chain at its center. They quickly tried to counter but Sasuke then moved and pinned the chain to the nearby tree, forcing the two assassins to break apart. One went after Sai while the other moved to attack Sakura and the client. A split second later Kakashi appeared unharmed and decimated the two assassins. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura stuttered in surprise at seeing a seemingly dead man alive again. Very good, Sasuke, Sai, Sakura. Kakashi nodded in praise and turned to their client. Tazuna, our attackers are Chunin level nuke Nin from Kiri. Do you mind explaining why they came after you and not us? Tazuna stammered out a response. I mean dash. You lied about the mission level, Kakashi said simply. This is easily a B-rank mission and could increase to an A rank if things become any more complicated. Kakashi-sensei, we're not strong enough yet for this type of mission. Can we quit? Sakura asked, both hesitant and hopeful. This is getting complicated, Kakashi sighed in frustration. He turned to the team. What do you all want to do? This team is not yet ready to complete a mission of this caliber. We must return to Konoha, Sai spoke up. Sasuke didn't say anything but his glare said it all. Both Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama will be very upset should we be killed because we were lied to. Kakashi looked at the crestfallen Tazuna before agreeing. Very well, that we are returning home now. I don't understand. Tazuna sighed in defeat. Then I will be continuing on home. If I am to die then I won't run away from it. For what it's worth I am sorry, Tazuna-san. Kakashi apologized. Don't be, you've done enough just by getting me this far. I can go the rest of the way. Tazuna bowed his head. Team 7 move out, Kakashi ordered, and the Konoha Nins jumped into the trees, heading for home. What the hell? It was a bad idea to start with, but I had to try. Tsunami, that I'm on my way home. Tazuna sighed again before he continued his walk. Yo, are you Tazuna? It looks like those Konoha wimps left you, fools, ya fools. A voice spoke up, surprising him. What? Tazuna stammered in surprise as he turned to the sight of 3 new ninja. Who are you? He asked, slightly fearful. We're your new guards from Kumo. We'll be guarding you from here on out, yo, the obvious leader answered in bad rap. You aren't working for Gato? Tazuna asked. No, we're not, the young girl replied. Thank the gods. Tazuna sighed in relief. Well, I don't have the money for this kind of mission, but just repay us later, old man, the orange black-clad boy at his side spoke. What do I call you? I never got your names, Tazuna said nervously. I am the man who floats like a butterfly and stings like a killer bee. 'Cause I'm the 8-tailed beast, the leader practically sang. He's Kurabi-sensei, the girl said with a sigh. I'm Niyujito and this idiot here is Uzumaki Naruto. Don't call me an idiot, Naruto growled back. I hope these 3 will be enough, Tazuna thought, worried. Land of Wave, Fos. It took them 2 days to reach the island while sneaking past the patrols and mercenaries that guarded it from unwanted inference. Team B hadn't been so bad, or at least the bridge builder thought so. They were mostly quiet on the journey, with Kurabi constantly writing in his pad, probably making up new raps, while the 2 genin seemed to be trying to ignore each other. They had gotten off the boat and were walking through the forest when Yujito suddenly stopped and flung a kunai into the nearby bush. What? Tazuna tensed as Kurabi pushed them both down. Yujito dropped to the ground also, but Naruto turned quickly, unsheathing the Ryujin and bringing it up to deflect the oncoming attack. A massive sword, a Zanbato, came flying out of the trees and slammed into the Ryujin, forcing Naruto back several feet, but it ultimately clattered to the ground. Impressive, boy, To withstand the force behind a thrown sword of that size like that is impressive for a genin. I see you train your students well, Hachibi, the attacker said as he appeared beside his fallen sword. He shouldered the massive weapon and glared, not that it matters. Hand over the bridge builder now, he demanded. Who the hell is this guy? Naruto asked as he held the Ryujin at his side. Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist. He's nicknamed the Demon of the Mist in the bingo book. It said that he once tried to assassinate the Yonde Mizukichi, Yujito explained. It's good that I know whose but I'm about to kick, Naruto said as he planted his sword in the ground beside him and brought his hands together in a seal. Jinchuriki no Jutsu. An instant later red chakra explode from his body. That's the dot when the hell he learned how to HRS the Kyuubi's chakra? Yujito thought in surprise. I really need to thank Sensei for teaching me this jutsu, Naruto thought as he grasped the Ryujin again. My power comes with a price, boy. Remember that, he heard a sinister voice say from the back of his mind. Consider it rent for housing you for so dim and long, Naruto shot back as he twirled the Ryujin in his hands like it was second nature. This chakra is inhuman. Zabuza narrowed his eyes as the boy disappeared in a burst of speed. There's no question, the Nuke-nin thought and turned swiftly, digging Kubikiri Hocho into the ground just as Naruto appeared behind him and swung Ryujin around, hitting the Kubikiri Hocho with a resounding clang of metal striking metal. He is definitely a Jinchuriki if that jutsu and chakra of his is anything to go by. Still, compared to Yagura team, he's nothing more than a child, Zabuza thought before he spun quickly and cleaved the blonde boy in half. Naruto! Yujito shouted as saw her teammate bisected. Why aren't you helping them? Tazuna asked the jonin at his side who was currently writing in his notebook. Because I want to see how they fare in a real fight. It should be an interesting sight, Kurabi answered in rap. There was no blood. Just a poof of smoke. A shadow clone? Zabuza thought in alarm as an orange blur appeared behind him. He turned quickly only to receive a solid punch across the face, knocking him away. How do you like that? Naruto's voice echoed through the clearing. A second later Zabuza suddenly dissolved into water. What? Not bad, kid, but you just aren't there yet, the real Zabuza said as he appeared behind the blonde boy. Now die! The Nuke-nin shouted as he brought down Kubikiri Hocho on the boy. There was an echoing clang as Yujito appeared before them, 2 kunai in hand, her body covered in blue-purple chakra and clashed with the far larger Kubikiri Hocho. Haha, so he has 2 Jinchuriki students. How fitting. Zabuza laughed as he forced his sword further down, trying to knock the girl off balance. Naruto then came in from the side and slashed with the Ryujin, forcing Zabuza to back off. Yujito then jumped over the boy and threw a ball of lightning at the Nuke-nin. Raikyu! Yujito called out as she hurled the jutsu at him. It struck its target and Zabuza dissolved into water. Demon it, he made a water clone. The real Zabuza suddenly appeared behind the 2 and swung Kubikiri Hocho round. I've got you now, kiddies. There was a resounding clang as Kubikiri Hocho hit a katana held by Kurabi. I thought you were sitting out, he taunted. You 2 take a break and consider what's at stake, Kurabi said to his 2 students. So you're finally getting off your butt and doing something, eh? Alright, I'll take you on, Zabuza said and spun quickly, bring his sword around to slash the dark-skinned jonin. Kurabi withdrew another sword and parried the strike with ease. He then flexed his arms slightly and another 5 swords shot into the air which he caught with different parts of his body. What the dash? Kurabi stood there for a moment and spoke with the hilt of a sword in his mouth. I'll give you a taste of my hook. What's up with that stance? Zabuza thought with narrowed eyes as Kurabi suddenly shot forward. Sheet! He grunted as he pulled back just as Kurabi struck down on the position he was just at. Faster than most could see, Kurabi was already upon him again, forcing him to bring Kubikiri Hocho up to defend himself. Yo, first I'm gonna float and fly like a butterfly, Kurabi began as he charged lightning chakra through his swords, knocking Kubikiri Hocho to the side and leaving an opening in Zabuza's defenses. What's up with his kenjutsu? I can barely read it at all, Zabuza thought with widened eyes. Then I sting ya like a killer bee. 'Cause I'm the 8-tailed beast, Kurabi declared as he impaled Zabuza with 5 of his swords. Awesome, Naruto thought as he watched on. Zabuza hit the ground with a thud as the Hachibi Jinchuriki moved in to finish him off. And I end my flow with a finishing blow. A white blur came in from the side and grabbed Zabuza, rolling them out of the way just as Kurabi struck down. Where the hell did he come from? Naruto shouted as he pointed to the newcomer who was wearing a mask. I didn't even sense him, Yujito muttered worriedly. You aren't a hunter nin, Kurabi said simply and charged forward. You would have killed this guy already instead of saving him, you little fly, he shouted as he closed in. Must escape now, the mask-wearing newcomer thought quickly and formed a hand seal. The newcomer and Zabuza disappeared in a poof of smoke a second later. Shunshin no Jutsu. What was that about? Naruto asked confused. The guy who saved Zabuza was dressed as a Kiri hunter nin, but if that was true then he would have not only killed Zabuza himself but also completely destroyed the body. That hunter nin was clearly one of Zabuza's allies, Yujito explained. So it's not over yet, Naruto said as he sheathed the Ryujin. That's not a pleasant thought, Tazuna said with a sigh. Come on, my house is not too far from here. We can rest once we're there. This way. The four disappeared into the mist again a moment later. Land of Wave, Nami House. Are you all right, father? The 28-year-old woman asked Tazuna. The bridge builder nodded with a sigh as he dropped onto the futon. You look like you've been through hell. Stupid old drunk, he didn't even do anything, Naruto muttered before Yujito elbowed him. I'm fine, Tsunami, but it's been a long day so I need my sleep, Tazuna said as he stared up at the ceiling. Zabuza will probably take a week to recover. What until then? Yujito asked. We're gonna train yo, and then we're gonna make them wet their pants like little ants, Kurabi replied in song. And how do we do that? Yujito inquired. Kuchios no Jutsu, Naruto said as he slapped his hand down on the ground and seals spread out across it. A large scroll instantly appeared in before him, and he hefted it up onto his shoulders. What is that? Yujito asked surprised. This is the forbidden scroll of sealing which I brought with me when I left Konoha and came to Kumo. The Raikage can't open it because of something the dragons did to it and they've been holding onto it for me. Only I can open it because it's keyed to my blood so no one else can get their hands on its secrets, Naruto explained as he set the scroll down. So what's in it? Yujito asked intrigued. Every jutsu Konoha has ever acquired. Including my father's, Naruto replied. You don't have the chakra control yet for those, fool, you fool, Kurabi spoke up. Yeah, I know, Naruto nodded in understanding. You need to bring up your control, so I want you to start walking on water while swirling kunai in your hand. This will allow you to at the very least stand, Kurabi said to his two students. Yes, Kurabi-sensei, the two genin nodded at the order. Just then a young boy entered the room. And Naruto could tell it was going to be a long week. Land of Wave, Nami House. So what's the plan? Yujito asked as they all sat down at the kitchen table. We find out where they're hiding and bring them pain. That way we will become their bane, Kurabi rapped. So we find this Gato guy and then hit him where it hurt, right? Naruto asked, having gotten used to their sensei's habits. Right, oh nine, oh, Kurabi sang with a nod. How do we find him? I'm a sensory type and I can't sense Zabuza or that hunter nin anywhere on the island. Where do we start looking? Yujito asked. Naruto, you should make some clones and have them scout the other islands. When you find something, Yujito should be able to locate Zabuza. Fools ya fools, Kurabi explained. I'll do that, Naruto nodded. But no matter how hard you train, you'll never match Gato's thugs, yelled Tazuna's grandson, Inari. You all act cool and talk tough, but big, strong guys like that are always too much for people weaker than they are. They'll destroy you. Shut up, I'm not you and I'm not going to lose to anyone. Least of all a bunch of bullies, Naruto said with a snort. Just watching you ticks me off. You go running your mouth when you don't know a thing. This isn't your town and you don't know a thing about me. You're always clowning around and having fun. You don't know a thing about suffering or loneliness or what my life is like. Inari shouted. Actually, I know more than you think, Naruto said after a moment. I've heard that your father was considered a hero, someone who put his life on the line to do the right thing, and your entire country betrayed him by not helping him. You think you're the only one has suffered? Don't be stupid, He leveled a glare at the boy. Since the day I was born I have been lied to by those around me, and people have even tried to kill me simply because I exist. My father was a hero too, and despite that they discarded his dying wish and even went as far as to not even tell me he was my father. Naruto. Yujito thought in surprise and a bit of sadness as Kurabi looked on silently. I had to be brought to the edge of insanity just to find out who my father was, and you sit there in front of me and whine about Gato's invincible mercenaries? Don't insult me, Naruto snarled as his flashed red for a moment. I have stood in front of a demon that could level a nation by itself and chose to become a sage instead of a monster. Even now it tries to corrupt me, but I won't let it, and I'll keep fighting long after Gato is dead. He stood up a moment later and headed for the door. I'm out of here. Wait, Naruto dash. Yujito stood up in protest, but Kurabi grabbed her arm. Let him go, that he needs to time, so take it slow, the Hachibi Jinchuriki told her. Was what he said true? Tsunami asked worriedly. He hasn't had a very good life even by Jinchuriki standards, Kurabi explained. He has only started to live his life away from those BSS, he finished, referring to Konoha. At least Kumo trained me, but unlike Kumo, Konoha didn't want anything to do with the Kyuubi, he added after a moment. I didn't know, Yujito stammered out and lowered her gaze to the floor. I had no idea that I thought he was treated like we are. Naruto grew up facing the darker side of humanity. Even I am amazed he has maintained his sanity, Kurabi said with sigh. He wasn't beaten or anything like that, but they wouldn't have lifted a finger if he were to go splat. And I said those things to him back in Kumo, and I'm such a fool, Yujito thought sadly. Land of Wave, Gato's fortress. Deep in the woods of one of the neighboring islands was a large fortress built into several trees that towered above the earth. This fortress was the home of Gato's operations in the Land of Wave and was the current location of the still recovering Momochi Zabuza. It had been nearly a week since his defeat at the hands of Team B, and he was almost fully recovered. Keyword, almost. Talk about paranoid. There's enough guards here to hold off a full-scale invasion, Yujito whispered as the three overlooked the massive base. How do we get in? She asked as she stared at the mass of mercenaries below. How about right through the front door? Naruto quipped. Be serious for once, Yujito shot back. I'm being serious. I say we go down there and kick their collective butt. Isn't that what we're here for? Naruto responded. Yes, but we need a plan. Preferably something that doesn't nail us to someone's fan, Kurabi responded simply. How about I blow up the entire fortress? There's this new jutsu I want to try anyway, Naruto said as he rubbed his hands together in glee. What do you have in mind? Yujito asked almost fearfully. She'd never seen that look on him before, and she gulped when he formed a familiar seal. Just watch. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He pushed as much chakra into it as he could, and the guards looked up just in time to see a massive army of 1,000 shadow clones pop into existence. How did he? There is no way he should have that much chakra even with the Kyuubi. Yujito thought with wide eyes as the clones charged towards the entrances to the fortress. He can make army with a hand seal. That's not a bad deal, Kurabi thought, intrigued. Stupid Kyuubi, always showing off. He heard the Hachibi grunt in the back of his mind. Charge! The clones flooded inside the complex, and a few moments later explosions riddled the outer walls. Bunshin Daibaka! The clones shouted as they exploded all over the place. And that is how it is done, Naruto said with a smug look on his face. He took a mock bow and said, Thank you. Please hold the applause. He waved to the flames that now engulfed the fortress. And people say my pranks are useless, he said mockingly. When did you learn that? Yujito asked him. How to make exploding clones. A few days ago from the scroll, but I couldn't really get it down right. It takes too much chakra, Naruto sighed. Was that your first kill? Kurabi asked, for once not looking to make light of the situation. No, Naruto answered simply. By summoning Miyako-chan to kill Mizuki was my first kill, even if I was knocked out at the time. I will never feel sorry for the deaths of these people, if that's what they can be called after what they've done to this country. He's still in the infant stages of his development, even if his power is growing faster than I imagined, Kurabi thought in acceptance. Blur suddenly appeared behind him and he turned swiftly, drawing one of his swords and parrying the strike from a large Sanbato. You really think you can get the drop on me? The rockin' killer bee? He shouted to his assailant. Don't make me laugh. Zabuza shouted back as he pushed down on his sword. Haku! Deal with the brats, he ordered, and a blue blur appeared from the side. It was the fake Hunter Nin. Down! Yujito shouted as she pushed both herself and Naruto down, avoiding a volley of Senbon needles. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto crossed his fingers and created a pair of clones as they fell through the trees towards the ground below. The two clones grabbed them and hurled the two Jinchuriki up onto a nearby branch. Where the hell did he come from? I couldn't even sense him, Yujito responded as Haku jumped towards them and sent a volley of Senbon at the pair. Incoming! The Kumo Kunoichi warned, and the two Jinchuriki jumped out of the way. Sensatsu Sui Sho! The masked Nin called out as she sent a massive spray of Senbon at the pair. Damn it! Yujito grunted as the Senbon closed in. Naruto came in from the side and tackled her to the ground to avoid the barrage. What are you doing, you fool? What does it look like? I'm saving your life, Naruto shot back as his legs hit the floor, sliding for several feet before finally stopping with Yujito in his arms. His eyes never left the fake Hunter Nin as she dropped down to ground level also. Hayatun, Hayomu, Haku said as she formed one-handed seal. Ice exploded from the ground below the two and impaled Naruto through the stomach. I have never killed before, but Zabuza-sama tells me that I cannot afford to hold back against you two, so I will have to fight to kill. Naruto! Yujito said in shock at seeing the blonde boy impaled. Not bad, but Haku, was it? You made one very crucial mistake which everyone has made at one point or another, Naruto rasped out before he exploded in smoke. That was a shadow clone? But that means he sent a clone to save the girl from my last attack while the real him got into position. Haku thought as an orange blur appeared behind her. You underestimated me, the blonde boy finished as he attacked. Naruto swung the Ryujin in one swift motion, intent on cleaving the masked Nin's head right off, but just before he struck his target, a figure parried the blow. This action caught everyone by surprise. Even Kurabi and Zabuza stopped suddenly to look at the newcomer. Naruto backed off a moment later and looked up at the newcomer's face that it was his own. The Dark One. Head at it, strange, huh? How your teammates get the easier life. The figure sneered as his head rose to reveal 6 distinguishable marks on his cheeks. Naruto, did you create another clone? Yujito asked nervously upon seeing a copy of her teammate. No, Naruto answered simply as he readied the Ryujin. What a bunch of pests, the copy snorted and leveled a glare at Naruto. Komiyami, he was dressed in an outfit similar to Naruto, but instead of orange, black and white, Yami's was mostly black and with tinges of red here and there. He looks just like me, Naruto whispered as Yami drew an identical copy of the Ryujin from his scabbard and dropped it to his side. An irremovable spot on the hero's history. That's that he shouldn't be able to take a physical form, Kurabi muttered with narrowed eyes. Konoha treated us like a pariah and Kumo treats us like a godsend, but we both know we're just tools to them all. Surely you understand, Naruto, Yami spoke up. Who are you? Naruto questioned. Can't you tell? I'm you, I'm the darkness inside your heart, Yami explained. What the hell are you talking about? I have no idea who you are. Don't give me that crap. Naruto shouted as he shot forward, twirling the Ryujin in his hand for a few seconds and before he swung horizontally at the copy. Foolish, Yami quickly parried the blow in one swift motion, identical to Naruto's own strike, causing them to clash. You have no idea how that sword of yours works, do you? It is one of 2 swords crafted long ago to wield the ultimate power of the ancient rulers of this world. By accepting the Ryujin, you've allowed me to form from the darkness and hatred in your heart to bond with the sword in my hands now. The Onijin is the dark counterpart to the Ryujin, and I will use it to slay you, Naruto. What do you want from me? Naruto shouted as he pushed forward, striking at the copy only for Yami to parry each blow. What I want? You don't get it, that I want what both of us has always wanted. Yami shouted back as they broke apart. I want power, I want to be the best there is, and I want people to acknowledge my existence. That's what I want. That's what we want. Then things are really getting bad, Kurabi thought as he backed away from Zabuza. He hadn't been fighting all out because he wanted to see how far his students had come, but things were getting complicated now. I'd better end this quickly and help the brat. He sheathed the 7 swords in a matter of seconds, surprising the Kiri Nuknin. You're giving up? Zabuza asked, almost annoyed. Got no choice but to cut loose, otherwise my team will be nothing more than a stuffed goose, Kurabi replied and held his right hand up in their air with a hand seal. Here comes the 8th. He let out a bull-like whine as red chakra exploded from his body and took the shape of a human-sized ox with 3 chakra tails. Oh, this can't be good, Zabuza thought worriedly. I've had enough of this little game, Yami declared as he backed off. With the Onijin still in hand, he formed a familiar hand seal, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly 10 clones popped into existence around him and charged forward. Time to die. He can create shadow clones too? Yujito said in surprise as the clones charged. Rai Bunshin no Jutsu sent a dozen lightning clones to intercept them. The real Yami appeared behind Haku in a burst of speed and struck with all his strength. Thankfully Haku managed to evade the strike, mostly since it nicked her shoulder as she jumped away. A split second later, Naruto appeared in front of the copy and lunged with the Ryujin. Yami executed a quick replacement with one of his remaining clones and skidded to a halt a few feet away. He's faster than me, Naruto commented in frustration. Yami remained silent for a moment and then they heard it. It started as a low chuckle but eventually became full-blown laughter as Yami's eyes glowed crimson. Yujito suppressed a shiver as she looked on at the twisted copy of her teammate and couldn't help but feel horrified at being in its mere presence. You really are a fool. You have no idea how these swords work at all, do you? Yami asked mockingly before he liked Haku's blood off the Onijin. Allow me to show you one of the Onijin's abilities, the ability to copy bloodlines. Haku's eyes widened at his words as ancient runes started appearing on his body. Kimura no Jutsu, he whispered before forming a one-handed seal. Makio Hyosho. Suddenly dozens of ice mirrors appeared around the 3 combatants. This is my bloodline jutsu, Haku said in shock. Does it have a weakness? Yujito questioned as the 3 stood back to back. None that I know of. And no one has ever survived when I use it. At least no one inside has been able to defeat me, Haku replied. What about outside? Yujito continued. The mirrors are vulnerable from the outside, yes, Haku answered with a nod. Naruto quickly formed a hand seal a second later and red chakra exploded from his body. Alright then, Jinchuriki no Jutsu. This should even the odds a little. Daemon, Yami grunted as Naruto sent out the largest shockwave he could create and shattered the ice long enough for the 3 to escape. The ice dissolved a moment later. I must still need to train in controlling whatever bloodlines I acquire. Give up, Yami, you can't win, Naruto said clearly. Yami laughed again. You really think that, don't you? Please don't insult me, Naruto. After all, you should know better than anyone not to underestimate yourself. Now what is he doing? Naruto thought as he jumped back to regroup with Yujito and Haku. Does this happen to you often? Haku asked the 2 blondes. Don't really know that it's our first real mission, Yujito answered nervously. That I pray that it isn't your last then, Haku said after a moment. Dark Knight of the Fallen Kingdom, I humbly ask that you grant me power. The power of the forgotten, the power of destruction, and the power of reincarnation. I call upon you, Crusader. Ascendo! Yami exclaimed as he slammed the Onijin into the ground in front of him. Purple light exploded from the sword, forcing everyone watching to cover their eyes. When it died down, everyone could see again. And they could see it all. What is that? Yujito asked as she gazed up. There, towering over them, was a massive black armored giant with raven-like wings and an equally massive black sword, the Onijin, in his hand. Runes and symbols covered the armor and its helmet was shaped like a bird. It stood at roughly 20 feet tall. Its eyes glowed red as it cast its gaze down at the 3 before it flapped its wings, knocking over several trees in the process and sent them flying back through the forest. What is going on over there? Kurabi thought as he felt the massive spike of chakra coming from where his students were fighting. It looks like things are heating up. Catch me if you can, Zabuza said before dissolved into water. He must be going after the others, Karabi quickly deduced and took off into the trees. That thing almost killed us, Haku gritted out as she stood shakily. If it weren't for Zabuza-sama's training I wouldn't have survived that blast. What is that thing? The armored giant spoke with Yami's twisted voice. I am a knight of the ancients and this is my true form. The form of Crusader and the one who will kill you all right here and now. He's too strong at these chakra levels, they're inhuman, Yujito rasped, out of breath. You have no idea how that sword of yours works, do you? It is one of 2 swords crafted long ago to wield the ultimate power of the ancient rulers of this world. What did he mean by that? Naruto asked as he clutched the Ryujin at his side. Suddenly it started to glow red. What the dash? You want power, don't you, boy? What? Who said that? Naruto thought in surprise. If you want the power to protect those with you, then repeat after me and give me the strength to come forth. Naruto's eyes started to glow gold as the Ryujin glowed a terrifying crimson. Wait, that's no. Yami shouted, but it was already too late. Holy Knight Champion of the Ancients, I ask you to grant me power. The power to protect, the power to defend, and the power to safeguard the innocent. I call upon you. Duke. Ascendo. Light exploded from the dragon blade and blinded everyone in the area. When it died down, Yami took a step back. I can't be dash. 2 thuds echoed through the forest as a large armored knight with similar size to Yami secured its footing and stood tall. A long red sword, the Ryujin, in its right hand and a massive blue shield in the other. It was plated white with patterns of gold covering its form and a long blue cape flowing in the wind behind it. Whoa, this feels incredible, came a familiar voice from the knight. Naruto? Yujito asked in shock as the white knight's eyes flashed gold for an instant. Yami, I'm taking you down, Naruto declared as he leveled his sword at the black knight. Yujito, how? Move to a safe distance while I deal with this, he said before he charged forward. This isn't going like I had planned, Yami thought in anger as he parried the first blow. Naruto lunged and Yami narrowly evaded the attack. He's getting faster. Raitun, Dorigan raging. Naruto shouted as he turned into a blur. His speed just doubled, tripled even, Yami thought in frustration and a little bit of worry. He jumped high and flapped his wings to keep himself airborne. As long as I remain in the air he can't get me, he thought before he dived towards the white knight. Here he comes, Naruto thought as Yami closed in. The moment Yami was in range, the black knight stabbed his sword towards Naruto only for him to disappear and his cape to flutter away. What? Yami blinked in confusion and quickly looked around but saw no movement. Where did he go? He thought with narrowed eyes. His eyes suddenly widened when he heard an echoing screech like that of chalk across a blackboard and looked up quickly. Above me, there, descending on him was his opponent. Raitun, Feinarujagimento. Naruto shouted as gathered chakra into the Ryujin and struck down, creating a massive explosion and blowing away a good section of the forest around them. Holy Mother of Dash, Yujito shouted as she and Haku clutched the shaking ground. Stay down, she shouted to Haku as the ground cracked around them and shattered into chunks of debris. When the blast died down, Haku couldn't help but ask, What was that? I think that was Naruto, Yujito rasped out as she looked over at the masked nin. Well, formerly anyway, since her mask was now destroyed. Are you all right? I've been better, Haku admitted as she leaned back against a chunk of debris. Hey look, she pointed towards the vanishing dust cloud and saw both knights standing apart, facing each other. Heh, Yami chuckled darkly as he rose to his feet once more. Don't think you've won just yet, I'm not finished yet, Naruto, he shouted as he channeled chakra into the Onijin. What's he planning? Naruto thought as Yami took the Onijin in both hands and struck down on the earth. Raitun, Pseudo-Raikuratening. Yami exclaimed as a large blast of lightning discharged from the tip of the Onijin. Naruto had already brought up his shield to defend against the attack and was pushed back several feet by its force. This guy, Naruto thought as he reinforced his footing to better hold back his opponent's attack. Katan, Senpu Hozenka. Yami called out as his wings extended and a massive blast of flames erupted from them. The flames spun in the shape of a tornado with a phoenix at its head before extending around the sides of Naruto and then coming inwards to strike at White Knight's unprotected back. In it, he's backing me into a corner, Naruto realized as he jumped high, very high to avoid the two attacks being thrown at him. Naruto. Those jutsu he's using are meant to be used in combination. Don't let them hit you. Yujito shouted from the sidelines. I know. Naruto shouted back as Yami flew up towards him. Too slow. Yami laughed and moved out his sword. Shut up. Naruto shouted back as he brought his sword down to counter. Raitun. Pseudo-Raikuratening. Raitun. Feinerujajimento. The world around them shook as the two airborne knights clashed with thunderous force, pun intended. They fell a moment later and continued to attack one another even as they closed in on the ground. They hit the ground a few seconds later and dust exploded into the air from the impact. When it cleared, both knights clashed one last time before they pushed themselves away from each other. Naruto? Yujito asked worriedly. Naruto's breathing was ragged and the armor itself seemed to be alive with heavy breathing. I'm reaching my limit, he informed her in between breaths. Suddenly, a large buildup of chakra caught everyone's attention as Zabuza arrived and moved to kill Yujito. Yujito turned but knew she couldn't do anything and closed her eyes. Lariat. Kurabi appeared from the side and delivered a fatal blow to Zabuza's chest, much to everyone's surprise, especially Haku's. Zabuza-sama. Haku shouted as she ran to her fallen mentor's side. Haku, Zabuza rasped out. What's going on over here, Yujito? And who are these weirdos? Kurabi questioned as he looked over at the two knights. The white one is Naruto but the other one is the enemy, Yujito replied. I see that, then leave it to me, Kurabi said as his skin started to tear itself apart and condense around him. A few seconds later, a giant ox with 8 tails tentacles appeared and roared at the Black Knight. Now look upon me, the Raken Tibi, the ox roared. This is not turning out like I had planned at all, Yami thought and glared hatefully at Kurabi and Naruto. I don't think I care to face a knight and a tailed beast today, that maybe some other time. We will meet again, Naruto, Yami declared and flapped his wings. He took to the sky a moment later and started to fly away as fast as he could. He's getting away. Yujito shouted out. Not if I can help it, Naruto growled out and raised his shield. It glowed blue as the crystal in its center started to gather chakra. Raitun, Feinerujajimento. A white blast of pure chakra lanced out of the shield and shot after the fleeing Black Knight. It hit its target and exploded upon contact, but after a few moments of silence it quickly became clear that Yami had escaped. Demon it, he got away, Naruto growled out in frustration. I wouldn't worry too much about it, not when we need to find out about this little bit, Kurabi said as he gestured towards Naruto's form. Naruto's shield flashed blue 3 times before his form was engulfed in light. It died down a few seconds later and regular, human Naruto stood in its place with the normal Ryujin in hand. He sighed as he dropped to his knees, breathing harder than ever and feeling beyond exhausted. Kurabi retracted the Hachibi's chakra and dropped down beside his tired student. You alright, Naruto? Are ya gonna puke, yo? Kurabi asked him as Naruto's breathing stabilized slightly. Just give me a minute, Naruto waved him away. Well, they've certainly made a mess out of you, Zabuza, spoke an arrogant voice from the edge of the battlefield. What a pity that, oh well, I wasn't going to pay you anyway. Everyone turned to see an army of mercenaries and a short but fat man at the front of the crowd. Gato, Zabuza rasped out in anger as he turned his head towards the businessman. What are you doing here? He growled. This isn't how I had planned it, but plans aren't always foolproof, Gato replied. After this lot destroyed my base, I decided to make this personal, and here we are. You must have guessed I never intended to pay, and now that you've made me lose more money than I can forgive, well, to put it simply, you're all going to die here and now. Zabuza gritted out in pain as he rose to his feet. A war cry escaped his lips as he grabbed the Kubikiri Hocho and charged towards Gato and his mercenaries. Wait, Zabuza-sama. Haku called out as her mentor assaulted the army of mercs single-handed. Haku! Zabuza shouted to her over the screams of death that followed the slaughter he brought. I release you from my service. You can do what you want from now on. He closed in on his target. This is my end, he said finally and cleaved Gato in half in one swift motion. Zabuza-sama, Haku said as she dropped to her knees. By now the demon of the mist was already impaled by multiple spears and swords but was still continuing to fight. Eventually he fell under the combined assault of the 100 formerly 200 mercs and dropped to the ground with his mask sliding off to reveal his face one last time. DMN, that BSTRD just killed our meal ticket, one of the mercs said. Let's kill them, another merc shouted. You think you can take them while we're here? Everyone turned to scenery, armed with a crossbow and with at least 300 villagers behind him. Run away! The mercs shouted as they turned and fled towards the harbor where their boats were located. It's over, Yujito sighed in relief. Zabuza-sama. Haku whispered as she knelt down beside her fallen mentor. Snow started to fall as she cried, I was supposed to be his tool, nothing more. Silence fell on the gathered group as they paid their respects to those that suffered this day. Yami! Naruto clenched his fists at his side as he gazed up at the sky. The clouds parted to allow the sun to shine through. Land of Wave, clearing near to Zuna's house. Kuchios no Jutsu. Naruto exclaimed as he slammed his hand down on the ground. A moment later Hattori appeared in a poof of smoke. Hotori-sama, it's good to see you again. I wish I could say the same, boy, the dragon said. You know what I'm going to ask, don't you? Naruto phrased it like a question, but they both knew it wasn't. So you finally encountered the Black Knight? Hattori spoke simply. It is an entity which wields the darkest emotions of the White Knight at you. Me? Why me? Naruto asked him. That's simple, you wield the Ryujin, the dragon boss answered with a snort. When you accepted the Ryujin. When you accepted Duke, you were able to draw on his power. On your power and wield it against your darkness. The Black Knight is known as Crusader. He is the embodiment of death and destruction given physical form. The Onijin is the Ryujin's dark counterpart and its equal in every shape and form. Then how do I beat him? Naruto asked in frustration. Beat him? Foolish boy. He is you, so you should know better than anyone. You cannot defeat yourself in such a way. You will have to fight him, but you cannot kill him because if you do he will just reform later, Hattori explained. So what do I do then? Naruto shot back. You will have to find the answer to that yourself, Hattori responded. Great, as if things weren't bad enough. What the hell is up with these swords anyway? Naruto restrained himself from outright shouting. I'd better start at the beginning. Tell me why do you know the story of the Rikudo Sennin? Hattori questioned. Yeah, he was supposed to be this big guy who discovered chakra. Naruto blinked at the odd question. The Rikudo Sennin was a priest who went from town to town and taught ninjutsu to everyone who came to him. He became known as a god by defeating the most powerful demon in history, a demon so powerful it made even the Kyuubi look like an ant in comparison. It was known simply as the Jubi, Hattori explained. There's a Biju with more tails than the Kyuubi? Naruto asked in shock. It was creature of unrivaled strength and unlike the Biju of today it was able to contain its mind enough to think about what it was doing. It was an abomination that wanted to destroy everything and kill everyone it came across. Even my kind was threatened by it. My own father was killed by it, Hattori continued. What's this got to do with the knights? Naruto asked. The Jubi commanded an army of lesser demons and sent them to hunt those that were hiding during its reign. The Rikudo Sennin's first encounter with the Jubi ended with him almost dying from the combined efforts of the Jubi and the lesser demons. He knew he couldn't defeat them all at once, so he forged several weapons out of extremely old magic, Hattori explained. The Ryujin and the Onijin, Naruto realized. Not quite, Hattori smiled at his quizzical look. He crafted 5 swords and infused them with parts of his chakra. Those 5 swords merged and allowed him to become the final knight of the ancients. I only saw it once, but he defeated the Jubi with it along with the Rinnegan, his bloodline. He was a god knight and I can still remember the words he said to us after the battle was over. What did he say? Naruto asked. I have brought peace and order, Hattori quoted. That's what he said. He died a few years later. And you're saying the QB is one of the lesser demons that survived the war? Naruto asked. No, the Rikudo Sennin wiped out most of them and forced the rest to flee, including the Rabi. Only the most battle-hardened of demons remained behind after the fall of the Jubi, and the QB came into existence after the Jubi's defeat along with the rest of the Biju of today. The QB and the rest of the Biju are actually parts of the Jubi's chakra core. The Rikudo Sennin split the Jubi into the 9 Biju of today just before he died, and on his deathbed he constructed the moon itself to act as a prison for the physical remains of the Jubi, Hattori explained. He created the moon? That's the scale of what you're talking about is dash, Naruto began. The Rikudo Sennin was a monument to humanity's potential and deserves nothing but the utmost respect. After the battle was over, he placed the Ryujin and the Onijin in our possession while he entrusted the other 3 swords to others. He also foretold a prophecy which said that his successor, a child of prophecy, would come to us in order to claim the swords. Many have tried, but all have failed to control the power of the knights. In fact, nearly every one of them has been killed by their own power, Hattori continued. And you think I'm this child of prophecy? Naruto asked incredulously. I don't know, Hattori finished. Naruto looked at the crimson sword in his hand and clenched its handle. I'm not sure what you want me to do. Do what you must, Hattori said simply. Where did the Jubi come from? You said it just appeared one day, so where was it before that? Naruto asked, confused. The great dragon remained silent for a moment before he answered. It came from the realm of oblivion where nothing exists. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto asked, even more confused. Tell me, boy, what do you know about Pandora's box? Hattori asked with narrowed eyes. I've never heard of it, Naruto replied. It was created by a goddess long ago to house all the evil in the world, the dragon explained. It has only been opened once in all of existence, and that was the time when the Jubi and its minions were released. Wait, you're saying the Jubi came from a box? Naruto asked in disbelief. Is it so hard to believe? You have a demon sealed within your stomach? Hattori shot back. Pandora's box is a prison like any other, however this prison is connected directly to the realm of oblivion where only emptiness exists. The box holds incredible destructive power and has been sought after by many men. It's fitting that only a woman is capable of touching the box and opening it. So even if someone found it, they wouldn't be able to open it unless they were a girl? Why? Naruto questioned. The box is hidden away in a place eons old that even I do not know. Only the Biju know of its location, and none of them are capable of touching the box. Only a human female is capable of touching the box without being sealed within it, Hattori explained. Why are you telling me all of this? Naruto asked him. Because your darker counterpart has already learned this information and will most likely use it to his advantage. Use this information wisely, boy, Hattori concluded before he disappeared in a poof of smoke. Easy for you to say, Naruto thought with a sigh. What are you really up to, Yami? Land of Wave. Mainland Bridge. 2 weeks passed as the bridge was completed and the Kumo team was standing in front of Zabuza's grave. Everyone remained quiet as Haku placed the hitai on the post and took a step back. Even Kurabi hadn't said a word as the service had begun by Tazuna and ended with the team turning to leave. Haku, come on, we're leaving, Naruto said her as he saw that she wasn't moving. Goodbye, Zabuza-sama. Haku bowed her head in respect for her fallen mentor before turning away and following the team. On her back was the large Kubikiri Hocho, which she kept as a memento of the man who saved her life years ago. They soon arrived at the bridge to see most of the villagers there waiting for them. Thanks to you, our bridge has been completed, but it's going to be pretty dull around here when you're gone, Tazuna spoke with a chuckle. We've enjoyed your hospitality, thank you, Yujito said and bowed in respect. Tazuna, you old drunk, we'll come back and play with you again. Just make sure the next time you call us there are bad guys involved, Naruto quipped. I'll do that, Tazuna chuckled with a nod. Come on team, let's go home while we're still in the zone, Kurabi rapped as he started down the bridge towards the mainland with Haku trailing behind him. Inari. Naruto trailed off as he saw the younger boy's face. I promised myself I wouldn't cry, Inari said as he tried to remain calm. It's okay to cry when you're happy, Naruto said with a smile before he followed his team. That boy touched Inari's heart, and Inari touched the hearts of the villagers because of him. Naruto built the bridge that eventually carried us all hope and courage, just like a knight of the western lands. And speaking of bridges, we still need to name this one, and there's only one name I think will fit, Tazuna declared with a smile. What are you going to call it? Tsunami asked her father. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? Tazuna suggested. Haha, it's a nice name, Dad, Tsunami chuckled. Then I name this bridge the Great Naruto Bridge, Tazuna declared, and the crowd cheered for the peace they now had. Land of Fire, Fire Temple. It was early morning when the monks began their daily activities, but many of them could sense the approaching storm that was slowly creeping its way towards them. In the forest just outside of the temple, a familiar 12-year-old boy walked up beside the main gate of the temple. From the trees he could see the monks on guard at the entrance and couldn't help but smirk at them. He had been traveling for days, ever since his defeat in the Land of Wave at the hands of his counterpart Uzumaki Naruto and that blasted ox. Yami now knew he was no match for his other half with his current level of strength, especially since unlike Naruto he didn't have access to the near-limitless chakra reserves of the Kyuubi no Yoko. That's when he had started to think of a new course of action. Could sense where Naruto was through the residual presence of the Kyuubi's chakra. That was how he had tracked the Kyumo into Wave, and that was the reason he now stood before the Fire Temple gates. He had felt another signature identical to the Kyuubi's in this temple, albeit on a much smaller scale, but it was still there and he had come to claim it. All he needed to do was locate the carrier of the Yuki he was sensing. Only 2 guards? I'm almost insulted, Yami thought as before he threw a rock over the wall only for it to explode with a pop. Electrical barrier seal, it looks like I'm going to have to knock. He smiled as he unsheathed his sword and dropped down from the trees. What the it's a kid, said one of the guards in surprise. Dark Knight of the Fallen Kingdom, I humbly ask that you grant me power. The power of the forgotten, the power of destruction, and the power of reincarnation. I call upon you, Crusader. Ascendo! Yami shouted as he planted his sword into the ground and purple light exploded from him. W at the dash, a guard spoke before he was struck down by the Black Knight's sword. Hey, what are you dash? The other guard shouted before Yami flapped his wings and blew the man away. The knight then raised his sword and struck the main gate. Raitun, Sudaraikuratening. The gate was destroyed a moment later and the barrier dropped, allowing the knight to continue inside the complex. By now dozens of monks were filing into the courtyard as the knight walked through the flames that dotted the area of the gates. The leader of the monks, Chiriku, was standing at the entrance to the main building, looking up at the approaching knight. Yami stopped and extended his wings outwards as he looked over the assembled monks. Who are you, intruder, and why have you come here? Chiriku inquired simply. My name is Yami, the Black Knight declared. I have come for the corrupt power you have in your possession. There is nothing corrupt here, Chiriku responded, not knowing what the entity before him was talking about. You are lying, Yami said simply. You have in your possession something known as a Jinchuriki, or perhaps you only have a piece of one. That it doesn't matter. Hand it over to me and I shall leave here peacefully. Jinchuriki, the words was muttered. A demon, the Yami clarified as he turned his head towards where he felt the tainted chakra was located. You, his eyes flashed red as he gazed down at a boy the same age as him. That kid, said a monk. I always knew he was trouble, another spoke. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to take him, Chiriku declared, effectively silencing the monks. So be it. Flames exploded from the knight's wings and struck several locations in the courtyard. Katan, Senpu Hozenka. Several monks couldn't escape in time and died as the flames incinerated their bodies within moments. Futon, Yuha Repusho, the boy he was after, exclaimed as he sent a large claw of chakra at him. This might be fun after all. Yami grinned inside the knight and took to the air. What do you want from me? The boy shouted. Everything. Raitun, Sudaraikuratening. Yami yelled back as he sent a large blast of lightning down at the temple. Reigo, Senjusatsu, Chiriku said as a large spiritual golden cannon with 1,000 arms appeared and shielded the temple from the attack. Interesting. Yami laughed as the cannon suddenly shifted into a red demonic monstrosity right before his eyes. "Stay down, Sora," Chiriku said to the boy as he sent the 100 spiritual fists at the descending knight. "Come here. Raitun, pseudo Raikuratening." Yami gave out an echoing battle cry as he struck down on the cannon and forced Chiriku to drop to his knees. And then suddenly, the pressure was gone. "What?" Chiriku looked up but saw no sign of the knight. A yelp of pain suddenly caught his attention. "Sora?" Yami stood behind Sora with the onogen resting on the boy's right shoulder and blood flowing out of the wound. "Don't move, old man, or he dies," Yami said coldly as red chakra leaked out of Sora's body and flowed into the onogen. You're nothing but a child," Chiriku realized. A child with power, Yami sneered as the red chakra stopped flowing. "We're done here. I have what I wanted." He kicked Sora away and quickly threw a set of smoke bombs at the floor. "Don't let him escape," Chiriku shouted to the monks as he sent several spiritual fists at the fleeing boy. "Kuchios no jutsu," Yami exclaimed as a hawk appeared alongside him in a poof of smoke. "Get us out of here, Takamaru," he ordered and jumped on the now airborne hawk as it took the sky. "That he got away," one of the monks said through gritted teeth. "Sora?" Chiriku asked the young boy at his side. "My hand." Sora trailed off at seeing his now human hand. "That he took it away," Chiriku mused as he saw the hawk disappear into the distance. "Takamaru, thank you for the help," Yami said to the hawk he was riding on. "Did you get what you wanted, master?" asked the hawk. "Yes, I did," Yami confirmed with a smile as red chakra wisped across his arms. "Where to now?" Takamaru asked. "I need be ready for my next encounter with my other. I need to start collecting bloodlines," Yami said simply. "I heard Konoha is holding something called a Chunin exam this year while we were in Tanzaku town a few days ago at a perfect time to start." "So we have a destination?" Takamaru inquired. "Yes. Head south. Towards Konoha," Yami smirked as they flew off. "Aren't you on the run from them?" asked the hawk. "Yes. But what better place to hide from those after you than right under their noses?" Yami shot back. "Land of Lightning. Kumogakure no Sato Reikage Tower." "Hold on a second. Let me get this straight. Not only did you defeat Momochi Zabuza and acquired a bloodline user for Kumo, but you also gained the loyalty of another nation and fought some dark version of Naruto?" he asked incredulously. "Well, when you put it like that," Naruto muttered sheepishly. "Yo, the dark guy we fought is Naruto's darkness. That never happened to me." "Fools, you fools," Kurabi answered. "Right?" he said as he felt a headache coming on. "Do we have any idea where this thing went?" he questioned. "He disappeared as soon as Kurabi-sensei arrived," Yujito replied, and the Reikage nodded in understanding. "But if you encounter this Yami again, then I want you to either capture him or kill him. Understood?" he asked in clarification. "Understood, Reikage-sama." The team knew not question his orders on this. "He'll be coming after me, sir," Naruto spoke up. "He wants to kill me. And I will have to face him sooner or later. And by that time you will ready, my brother will see to that," he responded in a serious tone. "Now that the issue with Wave is out of the way." "Haku, was it?" The girl in question nodded in reply. "What do you wish to do?" "You can join Kumo if you wish, and I will even place you on the same team as these two." "I'd like that, Reikage-sama," Haku said with a bow. "You said two, Reikage-sama," Yujito picked up. "Yes, I'm reorganizing Team B," he clarified. "Kurabi, I need you here in Kumo for the next few months until the Chunin exams are over." "Chunin exams?" Naruto blinked. "It's the exam which genin take to become Chunin. Aren't they being held in Konoha this time?" Yujito asked. "Yes, they are. However, you won't be entering the exams," he said firmly. "What? Why not?" Yujito questioned. "What do you think Konoha would do if Naruto were to step foot in the village?" He shot back and everyone fell quiet. It didn't take a genius to figure out what Konoha would try to pull. They would want to capture or kill him. "So they can't take the exams this time around. That still doesn't explain why I'm on the rebound," Kurabi said from the side. "Konoha no Naruto is here in Kumo," he declared to the room. "Wars have been started over less, and I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to pull something." "Fine, I'll still here," Kurabi sighed. Team B will be reorganized into Naruto, Yujiro-chan and Haku. Haku, you will have the rank of genin until I say otherwise. E spoke clearly. Yes, Reikage-sama. Haku nodded in understanding. Good. Now Team B, I have a mission for you. The three genin immediately straightened as his aide handed them a file. Her name is Fujikaze Yuki. She's an actress who is rather famous in the movie industry. Currently she is working on a new Princess Gale movie and they are filming it in the Land of Snow. 10 years ago the Land of Snow was in a state of civil war with one side being aided by Yukigekure no Sato. The result was the daimyo murdered and Koyukiheim forced into hiding. These days Yukigekure no Sato has become erratic and prone to attack anyone who enters the Land of Snow. We're supposed to guard Yuki-san? Yujito inquired. Correct. Yuki-san has a large amount of power despite the fact that she doesn't use it. To the public she is a symbol of hope in this chaotic world we live in. Though from what I'm told she doesn't seem to care, he replied gruffly. Your mission is to simply guard her. Normally this is a B-rank mission, however there is a possibility that you may encounter Jonin, so this will be classed as an A-rank mission. Understood? Wouldn't this be better for Chunin and Jonin, Reikage-sama? Yujito asked confused. Normally yes, however missions are erratic right now because of the exams, and quite frankly I want you three as far away from Konoha and Kumo as long as the exams are going on. Understood? E concluded. Yes, Reikage-sama. The three genin answered as one. Good. You've proven yourselves capable in the Land of Wave, so I expect you to keep it up. Dismissed. The Reikage ordered and the three disappeared out of the door. Isn't this too soon? They may go kaboom, asked his younger brother. I wouldn't have assigned them this mission if I didn't have faith in them, he replied as he leaned back in his chair. Those three are exceptionally powerful from what I read in your report, but they need experience before it happens. What's this that's got you in such a fit? Kurabi inquired. War, the Reikage answered gruffly. According to the file, Yuki-san should be in the Land of Grass right now and will be continuing on to the Land of Rivers in a few days. We should catch up with them at the Land of Rivers at least, then I'll be able to sense them without the inference from other chakra signatures. Yujito spoke up. Then let's go. The sooner we get there the soon we find out client. Haku, Naruto said and then turned to their new teammate. We do not wish to run into any hostile forces, Haku responded after a moment. We should try to mask our presence as much as possible until we reach our client. I agree. Tell us what to do, Yujito said to the other girl. They set off a few minutes later with Haku leading the way, mostly because of her training to hide her presence at all cost and to keep the team relatively undetected until they passed through the Land of Fire and into the Land of Rivers. Land of Rivers, film crew campsite. Pandemonium. That's the only word to describe the situation at the campsite as the camera crews ran frantically throughout the area, searching for something or someone. This was the scene that Team B arrived to as they landed on the branches of a nearby tree. Hello. Naruto spoke up, catching the attention of the man in charge. We're ninja from Kumo here to guard an actress known as Fujikaze Yuki, he said. The man immediately sighed in relief. I've been expecting you. My name is Sandu and I am Yuki's manager, spoke a man off to the side. Where is Yuki-san? Asked Yujito. She's the film director off to the side at the question. What was that? Naruto blinked. She's run away again, the director stated clearly. Run away again? How often does this happen? Naruto asked after a moment. Well, every few hours since we started heading for the Land of Snow, Sandayu admitted. Right. Yujito, can you find her? Naruto asked, turning to his fellow Jinchuriki. The Nibi Jinchuriki nodded and turned towards the east. There is only one chakra signature in the area and it's that way. Haku, you take the lead, Naruto said as he turned to his other teammate. Stay close, Haku said to the two blondes before she took off into the trees. Her teammates followed a moment later. She had to get away. She couldn't go back. Not to the place that took her father away from her. She couldn't go back. She'd die if she did. She didn't have any fear of death, far from it actually, she wanted to die. She just didn't want to give those bastards the satisfaction of finally putting her out of her misery. I must get away. was the only thought running through Fujike's Yuki's head as she ran through the forest towards the land of fire border. She stopped dead in her tracks and turned swiftly to check the source of the sound. Immediately she spotted 3 figures drop down from the trees, 1 boy and 2 girls ranging from the ages of 12 to 14. Fujike's Yuki? Asked the blonde girl of the group. What's it to you? Yuki shot back as she clutched the purple necklace around her neck. We're your guards and right now you're needed back at the camp. Come on, the boy said seemingly bored. I'm not going back there, Yuki said with a look of disgust. Haku, Naruto said after a moment, and a moment later the older girl appeared behind Yuki. 1 chop to the neck later and Yuki collapsed in her arms. Why do I get the feeling this will be a long mission? Don't jinx it, Yujiro shot back. We should return to camp before dusk, Haku said as she hefted the actress onto her shoulder and they took off into the trees a moment later. Hiding on one of the tree branches nearby was a single-masked man dressed in a long gray cloak and bearing the hitai of Yukigekure no Sato. He narrowed his eyes as he watched the 3 genin leave with their objective and knew he had to report this to his superiors. Silently he disappeared into the trees towards the landing site. Land of Snow, Yuki Airship Ocean. The room was silent as the film played on the wall screen in the darkened room of the airship and the occupants couldn't help but feel amused at what they saw. The daimyo of the Land of Snow, a man named Kazuhana Dodo, paused the film and spoke with great amusement in his voice. We've finally found her, Doto's voice echoed through the room. And she even has the hex crystal. How interesting. Her escort is a team from Kumo, started Roga Nadar. She is being guarded by Team B, students of Yatsuki Kurabi. They're just genin, they're not a threat, continued Fuyukuma Mizore. I wouldn't be so sure, you know as well as I do the things Kurabi-san has done and how strong he is. I doubt he would teach just anyone, countered Kakuyoku Fubuki. She's right at his other students and especially that beach, Sam, we aren't normal at. We should be careful, finished Nadar. The recording them resumed for a moment before it was paused again, this time with the picture of all 3 genin together. Who are these genin exactly? He inquired curiously. The girl on the left is Nyujito, the granddaughter of the Sandame Reikage and is unquestionably skilled in the ninja arts. According to our spies, the other girl is Momochi Haku, the former apprentice of Momochi Zabuza, a member of the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist. Finally is the boy. His entire file is classified above top secret and we couldn't get much information on him, Fubuki explained. Yeah, according to our spies he was originally from Konoha and failed the graduation exam 3 times, but he managed to kill a chunin before escaping the village with the forbidden scroll of sealing. He's now a member of Kumo and is said to be the main reason that the Land of Wave is now free from the business tycoon. Gato, finished Mizore. What about Konoha? What do they say about him? Nadar inquired. They don't say anything about him. Jiraiya-sama's spy network neutralizes almost all of our spies that go to Konoha, but the ones that have survived reported that this kid has been all but ignored by the populace. Officially he doesn't exist, Fubuki answered. Now that is interesting. Nadar mused with a smirk as he walked in front of the image. Oh, Dodo said with a raised eyebrow. This boy must be something dangerous if Konoha is trying so hard to erase his name from their village. Nadar's smirk started to widen. His hand rested on the image of the blonde boy. I wonder why. We will find out soon enough. Just bring me the hex crystal, Dodo gave the order. Land of Snow, Film Ship Ocean. Yuki groaned as she awakened from her slumber just long enough to roll over away from the sunlight that came in through the window. The room felt like it was swaying and her head was pounding as she tried to sit up. Yuki-sama, are you awake? Asked a voice which she recognized immediately. Sandeida, could you get me a glass of water? My head won't stop spinning, she said as she rubbed her eyes to clear them of sleep. This is going to sound crazy, but it feels like the room is swaying, she added. That actually it's not all that crazy, Sandeyu said nervously. What? She blinked only for him to point out of the window at the sea outside. Oh no, she muttered before she jumped out of bed and dashed to the door. She swung it open and ran down the corridor until she reached the door at the end. She swung it open and stepped out only to step onto the main deck of the large ship. You have got to be kidding me, Such was the life of a famous actress. I see she's as cheerful as ever, Yujito said sarcastically as she looked over at the actress getting fixed up for the recording session. It's not so bad, Naruto said with a sigh. We could have a bloodthirsty maniac with a giant sword after us again. No offense, Haku. None taken. Haku waved it away as she tapped the Kubikiri Hocho. Let's hope we don't run into one this time around, Yujito shrugged. Land of snow, iceberg ocean. An iceberg? I know this is the land of snow and all, but what's with a single iceberg in the middle of nowhere right in our path? Naruto asked, confused. It is strange. Haku commented. That's because it was formed from chakra, Yujito whispered to them. The iceberg was made by someone who can control ice, she added. Ice? Haku? Naruto asked as he turned to the girl. She shook her head in response. Don't look at me. Well, if it wasn't you, then who was it? I doubt there are any other Hayatan bloodline wielders out there, Naruto countered. Yuki-nins are famous for their usage of Hayatan jutsu, Yujito cut in. Anyone with wind and water affinities are capable of using Hayatan jutsu, but only those with it engraved into their bloodline can do it without training. So that means... Naruto trailed off. Someone's out there, Haku nodded in conclusion. I can sense them. That there's 3 of them on the iceberg. What do we do? Yujito asked. Do we run or... She trailed off. A fight? Are you serious? Naruto asked as a grin started to spread across his face. A sudden explosion on the iceberg caught their attention. I don't think that was part of the movie. Let's go, Yujito said as the 3 jumped in front of the actors and Yuki. Come out. We know you're there. Naruto shouted and, though the camera crew seemed confused, a man dressed in strange armor appeared on top of the nearby cliff. Welcome friends. To the land of snow, the man said with a sneer. The other 2 are to the left and right. Yujito spoke up as another 2 Yuki-nins appeared from the snow in the directs. She said. Greetings Princess Koyuki, I do hope you're still carrying the hex crystal, the pink-haired Kunoichi said with a smirk. Princess Koyuki. Yujito thought as she cast a look back at Yuki. It looks like you're as good as they say, Yujito-san, the man on the right said. I knew this was going to be a long mission, Naruto thought as he clenched his fists at his side. And it started off as such a nice escort mission. Land of snow, iceberg ocean. Fubuki, Mizord, I'll leave the princess to you, Nadar said before he jumped down from the cliff. He's mine, Naruto said as he dashed forward and formed a hand seal. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly 30 clones appeared at his side and charged at the descending Yuki-nin. That's a lot of clones for a kid to make, Nadar thought as he cut into them and weaved through the gaps in their attacks. Solid clones? He has skill, but he is still a child, he added as he destroyed the last of the clones. Get ready to have a taste of my hook, Naruto said as he spread out a large scroll in front of him. He bit his thumb and pushed blood on the scroll. Fuin, Kai. 7 short swords appeared in a poof of smoke a moment later, and he caught them all with different parts of his body. Let's see you dodge this. What are you doing, kid? Nadar asked, amused. This. Naruto shouted as he jumped at the Yuki-nin. His movements are impossible to read. Nadar narrowed his eyes at the thought. Hey, isn't that? Haku trailed off. Yeah, that's Kirabi-sensei's Kenjutsu style, Yujito agreed as Fubuki and Mizore shot forward. Get out of the way, little girls. Mizore shouted as he ped his gauntlet arm back. I'll deal with him, Haku said as she jumped over the incoming Yuki-nin and formed a hand seal. Makio Hayosho. A few seconds later the snow around Mizore formed into ice mirrors. Fubuki came in from the side and sent a swarm of ice swallows at Nibi Jinchuriki. Hayatan, Tsubaime Fubuki, she called out as Yujito jumped to the side and evaded the barrage. I can't afford to play around here, Yujito thought as her hands quickly formed several hand seals. A second later she exhaled a large fireball at the rebounding swarm of swallows, thus destroying them. Keton, Gukakyu no Jutsu. As soon as the swarm was melted she turned and hurled a ball of lightning at the Yuki Kunoichi. Raikyu. Beach, Fubuki grunted before she jumped away to dodge the blast. She touched the ground and ice exploded up, trying to catch Yujito in its grip. Hayaro no Jutsu. Damn it, she got me, Yujito thought as her body became encased in ice. Not so tough now, are you? Fubuki taunted with a smirk. Jinchuriki no Jutsu. Dark blue chakra exploded from Yujito's form and shattered the ice around her. She dropped to the ground as it took the shape of a fire cat with a single tail. I refuse to die that easily. What is she? Fubuki thought in fear as her opponent disappeared in a burst of speed. Nikomata Enden. Yujito roared as she sent a large blast of flames from her mouth. Demon it. Fubuki grunted as the blast slammed into her chakra barrier that her armor produced. Suddenly Yujito appeared behind her with her arm glowing white. Oh no! Kaizuki! Yujito exclaimed as her jutsu struck the barrier with a deafening bang. Fubuki backed off as the generator on her shoulder shattered from the jutsus. She almost had me there. Another inch and I would be dead. That was too close. Suddenly Yujito charged again and slammed her other arm into Fubuki's chest, shattering the ribcage and blowing out her back. What? Lariat! Yujito called out as Fubuki was blown back and crashed down at the bottom of the nearby cliff. Snow piled on top of her a moment later from the impact. Never underestimate the strength of Kumo. On the other side of the battlefield, the ice mirrors Haku created before shattered as Haku came hurling out of it. The ice melted a moment later to reveal Mizore with metal hand outstretched. Mizore chuckled in glee as he shot forward and brought his hand down on the ice girl, whom was just barely able to bring the Kubikiri Hocho up in time to deflect the blow. Even so, she was sent flying back before she crashed down into the side of the cliff edge as Mizore touched down on the ground in front of her. You're about to die, little girl, Mizore sneered as he closed in on her. I'm sorry, Naruto, Yujito-chan, I've failed you and Zabuza-sama. Please forgive me. Haku closed her eyes and braced herself for the pain to come. You give up too easily, mortal. Since when do I hear voices in my head? Haku thought in surprise. You're a funny one, I see, with a heart of both ice and water. I can deal with that. Now repeat after me if you want to win and live to fight another day. Haku snapped her eyes open as they now glowed pure white like snow, and the Kubikiri Hocho in her hand started to glow blue. What? Mizore took a step back in surprise when chakra exploded from the sword and started to wrap around the ice girl. Everyone on the battlefield stopped and turned towards it in surprise, especially the Kumonins who recognized what was happening. Don't tell me she's another knight, Yujito thought in shock. That's... Naruto trailed off as he saw Haku raise the Kubikiri Hocho up to the sky. There's no mistaking it. That's another of the night swords created by the Rikudo Sennin. Frozen Princess of the Ancient Moon, I ask you to grant me power. The power of eternity, the power of transcendence, and the power of the immortals. I call upon you, eternal. Ascendo! Haku exclaimed as she was encased in a blinding white light. Feathery white wings extended outwards as the new knight stood from its crouched position and raised its head to look over the battlefield. It was a plated blue with white runes covering its arms, neck, arms, and shoulders. In the center of its chest was a beautiful blue crystal that glowed for a few seconds before dimming. What is this? Mizore shouted as a Zanbato appeared in the new knight's hands. Hayaten, Tsukishiro, Haku whispered as a circle of ice rose up from the ground around Mizore. What dash? He was frozen instantly. The ice princess turned away and clicked her metal fingers. Shatter, she whispered, and the ice shattered in a shower of particles. Whoa, was all Yujito could say as Haku hefted the Zanbato onto her armored shoulder. Demon, you three! Nadar shouted in anger as he jumped away. He landed on one of the nearby cliffs and formed a hand seal. Hayatan, Roga Nadar no Jutsu, he shouted as dozens of ice wolves formed and barreled down the side of the iceberg. Jinchuriki no Jutsu, Naruto exclaimed as red chakra exploded from his body and encased him. He disappeared in a burst of speed, avoiding the ice wolves, and appeared above his opponent once again. This kid, Nadar thought as he tried to evade the blonde boy's almost unreadable kenjutsu. He jumped away and formed another set of hand seal. Hayatan, Haryu Moko, he shouted as a large ice dragon formed and descended towards the blonde. The dragon slammed down on where Naruto was standing, sending him crashing down the side of the iceberg until he rolled to a stop beside his teammates. Returned to human form a second later and landed near the Nibi Jinchuriki with a thud. Naruto! Yujito shouted in worry as the boy slowly stood back up and staggered slightly. I'm fine, he shouted back. I'll handle this guy. You two get everyone back onto the ship now. But Yujito started only to feel a hand on her shoulder. He's telling us kindly that we're in the way, or don't you remember what happened in Wave? Haku spoke from her side. That demand it. Yujito gritted her teeth as she turned and dashed towards where Yuki Koyuki was standing. She and Haku quickly grabbed the actress and her manager before running towards the film ship they were using. That show off, she muttered as she cast a look back at the snow-covered battlefield. Get ready to die, boy, Nadar sneered. You're the one who will fall today, Naruto declared and unsheathed the Ryujin as it glowed red. Holy Knight Champion of the Ancients, I ask you to grant me power. The power to protect, the power to defend and the power to safeguard the innocent. I call upon you. Duke. Ascendo. Light exploded from the dragon blade and blinded Nadar, and everyone watching, from view. When the light died down, Naruto stood in his knight form, towering at roughly 20 feet tall and wielding a large Ryujin in his right hand and a blue shield in the other. What is this? What are you? Nadar shouted as he took a step away from the white knight. I don't really know anymore, Naruto answered honestly. He held his sword out at the side and then brought it down on where Nadar was standing. Raiten, Dorigen raging, he called out as the speed of his attacks increased. He sent a barrage of attacks at the Yuki Nin and forced Nadar to jump higher onto the iceberg. Just die. Hayatan, Ikaku Hakugiai. Nadar exclaimed as an enormous ice whale exploded from the water nearby and descended on the knight. Naruto quickly turned and swung the Ryujin to strike at the attacking elemental animal. Raiten, Feinarujajimento. Naruto called out as he released the lightning chakra from his sword. The world exploded in light as the ice whale exploded and Naruto jumped off of the iceberg a few seconds later. He landed on the water a few hundred feet away beside the film ship as Nadar caught sight of him. Channeling chakra to my feet to stay on top of the water is draining me faster while I'm in this form. I have to end this now, Naruto thought as he raised his shield in front of him. Watching from the ship, Yujito blinked when she saw the large blue shield begin to glow. Isn't that Naruto's? Yes it is, Haku confirmed as the film crew kept recording. Raiten, Feinaruyashin. A white blast of pure lightning lanced out of the shield and shot towards the iceberg. It. Nadar's eyes widened in fear as the blast struck the cliff directly above him and light consumed him. Oblivion took him in its cold embrace as the entire iceberg disappeared in one massive explosion. Did we get all that? Asked the director. Yeah, I think we got it all, said his assistant nervously. The knight disappeared a moment later as Naruto reverted back to normal and collapsed atop the water. Yujito and Haku quickly caught him and carried him back onto the deck of the ship. You reckless idiot, Yujito said as she shook her head. Sorry if I worried you, Naruto said weakly, clearly exhausted as they set him down on against one of the nearby crates. That was a jonin, Haku stated clearly. These knights, they're a dangerous thing to wield. Yeah, but that's what makes me worry so much. If I can defeat a jonin like that with my knight and you can beat a chunin in one move, then what can Yami do with his? Naruto asked the question. Neither of the girls had an answer. Land of Snow, Film Ship Ocean. Okay, start from the beginning before I get mad, Naruto said, trying to suppress his rising anger at the man in front of him. Sanday bowed his head, took a deep breath and began. Fujike's Yuki is only an alias I created. Her real name is Princess Kazahana Koyuki. She's next in line for the Land of Snow's throne, he stated. I served the princess's father, the former daimyo of the Land of Snow, Sosetsu-sama. Then 10 years ago Sosetsu-sama's younger brother Dodo hired a group of Yukinins and started a coup d'etat. The Kazahana palace was burned to the ground and Sosetsu-sama was killed by them. I thought the same fate befell the princess, but she was saved by a man from Konoha called Hatake Kakashi, Sandayu explained. Hatake Kakashi? Yujito asked surprised. You know him? Naruto asked curiously. I know of him, Yujito clarified. He's a living legend in the shinobi world. His father was Hatake Tsukumo and he was recognized as a genius at a very young age. He became a jonin at the age of 13 and was a student of the Yandame Hokage. This guy was a student of my dad? Dimon, Naruto blinked in surprise. Yeah, I know that he's also said to be a candidate for Godame Hokage, Yujito added. Sandeyo remained quiet until they turned their attention back to him. The day I discovered Kuki-sama was alive, I was practically beside myself with joy. She was alive after all those years. We all thought she had perished with her father. I should have died that day. A voice rang out from the door. There leaning against the archway was Kazuhana Koyuki. I am alive, but whatever tears I had left all dried up that day. Sandeyo wiped the tears from his eyes, and that's how I came to be the manager of Fujike's Yuki. I have bided my time, waiting for the opportunity to return the princess to the land of snow. So you've just been using us all this time? Asked the assistant to his side. I'm terribly sorry for deceiving you all, but Tai Ti was for the land of snow's people, Sandeyu said as he stood and moved in front of the snow princess. He dropped to his hands and knees, pleading with her, Please, princess. I beg of you, confront Doto and assume your place as the leader of our home. Kuki stared at him impassively. You've got to be kidding me. But what about the land of snow's people? Asked Sandeyu fearfully. I could care less about them, Kuki huffed and looked away with a look of disgust on her face. But princess, Sandeyu began. Will you give it up already? Don't be stupid, it doesn't matter what you do, you can never get rid of Doto, the princess said with a glare. Can I just say one thing? Naruto asked, surprisingly calm. I don't want to hear it, Kuki shot back. You should give up. Naruto appeared behind her in a burst of speed. Trying to make me give up, he said from behind her as she quickly turned. Naruto-san. Sandeyu whispered. We've already beaten Doto's best in our last fight. Did I say we take the fight to him and kick him right off his throne? Naruto declared. You really are a complete idiot, aren't you? Yujito asked with a smile. You're getting more reckless by the day. That sounds like fun. This time we can back it up though, Naruto said after a moment and turned to Haku. You have a knight but Zabuza didn't and you both wield the same sword, so I have to ask, how are you able to wield a knight? That I'm not sure I understand it myself, but that I think it must have reacted to my bloodline limit, Haku admitted. So long as there is hope, one may dream, and from those dreams the future is created. I like it, it's the perfect theme for our new movie, the director spoke up. The movie is evolving. Just think about it. How often do you get to make a movie with a real princess? We're looking at the chance of a lifetime here. I want to make this movie a reality. You can count on us to protect you, Haku said with a slight bow. Would you stop fooling around? There is no such thing as a happy ending in this world, Koyuki said in anger, and was that fear in her eyes? If that were true, I would have died months ago, Naruto said with a sad smile. It brightened a moment later. Now let's go take back your country. Land of Snow, Snow Fortress. That's a lot of guards, Naruto whispered as they gazed down at the fortress in the canyon below. Judging by their chakra, I'd say they're all genin leveled except for one, Yujito responded. Doto, Haku mused. It would seem so, Yujito agreed. Okay, let's get this over with, Naruto said as he backed away from the cliff edge. This is insane, attacking Doto's stronghold like this, Koyuki spoke up from the side. This isn't the first time we've done something like this, princess, Naruto told her. He's right, this is just like what happened in the Land of Wave, Yujito agreed. There's a difference between Gato and Doto though, Haku spoke up. We don't know what kind of things Doto has up his sleeve, so this might not be as easy as it was in Wave. All the more reason to strike sooner rather than later, Naruto concluded. Have you got a plan? Yujito asked as her eyes flashed purple for an instant. Something worthy of a practical joke. Naruto trailed off. Before he told them the plan. I can't believe we're doing this, Yujito grumbled as she readjusted her purple dress. It's not so bad, Yujitsun, Haku said from the side, walking perfectly in her own white dress. I don't mind the dress, it's what we're using it for and her plan, Yujito said as she turned to the other female teammate. Don't look at me, that you agreed to it and you said you wouldn't hit me, Naruto said from the side as she tried to walk straight in her red dress. In his Oiroke no Jutsu, Yujito bit back a growl from escaping her throat as they neared the main gates of the fortress. "Well, hello ladies, what can we do for you?" asked the lead guard, clearly a mercenary. "Daimyo-sama has requested us for today," Haku answered with a rather forced smile. "Dodo? Why don't you come with me and get to know a real man?" offered the merc as he held out his hand with a grin. "We were requested for him specifically," Haku countered quickly. "Let them through, Fumaru," said the other guard. "You don't want to upset the boss by breaking them in before he does, do you?" "I guess you're right, a shame though." Fumaru shrugged and waved the three girls through. "I'll take you to him," he said as he led them inside the fortress. "Nicely done, Haku," thought the two blondes as they walked through a long corridor towards the throne room. Excuse me," Haku said, seemingly nervous, causing the guard to stop. Fumaru turned and asked, "Is there something wrong?" "I'm sorry about this," Haku responded with a smile. "Sorry about W dash." Fumaru started only to fall to the floor with 3 senbon in his neck. "All right, we're in," Naruto said as she made a hand seal. Kai. Instantly her body changed back to its original form of Naruto. "That perverted jutsu of yours is disgusting," Yujito growled out. "But effective," Naruto countered. "Besides, we got past them, didn't we?" Yujito huffed and started down the hallway towards the throne room. They kept to the shadows. They made their way through the large fortress towards their destination. Just before they entered the chamber, the group stopped and Naruto pulled out a scroll. "I hope your plan works, Naruto," Yujito muttered as the blonde boy laid the scroll on the ground, unraveled it. "It'll work as long as the seal I placed on Kyuki reacts to my chakra properly," Naruto said as he formed several hand seals. "Where did you learn how to do these seals?" "Neither Zabuza-sama nor Karabi-sama have ever mentioned anything like these seals before," Haku inquired curiously. "The dragons are surprisingly good at Fuinjutsu and they've been teaching me how to do them. The toads actually do something similar with the seal I'm using now, but they can only do it with those who sign their contract. The dragons don't have that limitation," Naruto explained as he settled on his final hand seal. "As long as I've placed the seal on a person I can summon them. Rankuchios no Jutsu." He slapped his hand down on the scroll and smoke exploded from it. When it cleared, Koyuki appeared and looked around confused. "What was that?" she said slowly as her mind began to clear. "You wanted to get inside the palace undetected, right?" Naruto asked as if it were obvious. "Can you do this at any time, Naruto?" Yujito asked him as she looked down at the scroll. "As long as I've placed a seal on the person I'm summoning, then yes, I can. The only bad thing is that it only works once. As soon as it's used, then the seal fades and I have to reapply it," Naruto explained. "Have you ever thought about summoning yourself like you can other people?" Yujito asked after a moment. "No, why?" Naruto blinked in confusion. "Because what you just did sounds an awful lot like the Yondaime Hokage's Hiraishin no Jutsu," Yujito replied, making everyone freeze. "That she's right," Haku spoke up. "That jutsu you just used it sounds like a primitive version of the Hiraishin no Jutsu that IWA fears so much. You know, I read in the Forbidden Scroll about that jutsu that I can't believe I missed how similar they are." Naruto blinked and looked down at the scroll that was now in his hands again. "Let's talk about this later." Haku shook herself and looked down the corridor towards the throne room. "Right, we still need to deal with Doto." Yujito nodded in agreement. "You're all fools." Koki shook her head with a smile. "You're hopelessly outnumbered and you still want to continue." "Demon, right, we do." Naruto nodded with a smile. "Now let's go and take back your country." They ran through the opening and into the large throne room which lay beyond. At the end of the chamber was a set of stairs with a lone chair at the top with a cloaked man sitting in it. "It's been a long time, Tiki," Dodo said with a chuckle. 10 years that you've grown quite beautiful, and judging by that sparkle hanging from your neck, it looks like you still have the hex crystal too. And you won't get your hands on it," Koyuki declared as she clutched the purple jewel. "How wrong you are." Dodo shook his head and then clicked his fingers. Instantly 30 Yuki Nins appeared in the room. "As you can see, you are surrounded. That crystal is the key to unlocking the Kazahana treasure. Hand it over to me now." Naruto spoke up before Koyuki could respond. "Hey BSRD. Has anyone ever told you that you talk way too much?" A second later, the ceiling exploded, sending debris crashing down into the room and forcing the Yuki Nins to scatter. High above was an airship which Doto immediately recognized as one of his own and couldn't help but become consumed by anger at having his own equipment used against him. Hear me, Doto. We've waited a long time for this day of reckoning to come. Isama Sandeu and 50 loyal warriors stand before you to avenge our beloved ruler Sosetsuma. You will die here, Dodo. Sandeu shouted from the airship as they dropped several more explosive barrels on the fortress. You. Dodo growled at the sight. You weren't expecting us to capture the airship that belonged to the snow team we faced on the iceberg, were you? That should keep the Yuki Nins off of us for a while. Naruto grinned as he ran along the side wall and jumped at the snow daimyo. Come here, the blonde boy shouted as he drew the Ryujin from its sheath. Dodo cast off his cloak and extended his wings as he turned. Naruto struck down and connected with some kind of barrier similar to those used by the Yuki Nins. He quickly realized that Dodo was wearing chakra armor, and it seemed to be a newer, clearly more powerful class of armor as well. You are such a pest, Dodo sneered and backhanded Naruto away, sending him crashing into the nearby pillar as Yujito appeared from above. Katon, Gakakyu no Jutsu, she exclaimed as she exhaled a large fireball down on the snow daimyo. It dissipated as soon as it hit the barrier. In it. We can't even touch him like this, she shouted in frustration. It's his armor. Haku shouted back as she threw a volley of Sinbon at the snow daimyo. Ninjutsu are useless against it, and this armor is too thick for my Sinbon to pierce. In it. Yujito gritted her teeth in frustration as she landed on a chunk of stone. Alright then, let's see how this armor of his holds up against my new jutsu, she said with a smirk. She quickly formed a set of hand seals and her right arm was suddenly encased in golden flames. Kaizuki. She shot forward and shouted, Here I come. Haku, get ready to finish him off. Not so fast. Hayaton. Kakuryu Bofusetsu. Dodo called out as he threw out a punch at her, and a large black mist-like dragon exploded out towards the approaching blonde Kunoichi. That won't stop me. Yujito shouted back as she threw out her fire blade and cut through the mist-like ice dragon. She descended upon the snow daimyo a moment later and struck down, slamming hard into the chakra barrier. Come on, she muttered as she pushed down, hoping to break through the barrier. Insolent little girl. You dare to oppose me? Dodo shouted in anger and swung his arm round, catching her in the midsection and sending her crashing down at the bottom of the stairs. Haku suddenly appeared behind him and swung with the Kubikiri Hocho. Doto narrowly avoided the attack and kicked her away. Don't toy with me. Tajuke Bunshin no Jutsu. A voice exclaimed, and suddenly the room was filled with 300 Naruto shadow clones. You think this scares me? Think again. Hayaton, Soryu Bofusetsu. Dodo gave out a war cry as he unleashed 2 black ice dragons at the clones. The two formed a tornado which began to tear the clones and the fortress apart. Outside, the airship was having trouble maintaining its position. Keep us steady. Sandeu shouted the order to the crew of the airship as the storm raged. And then suddenly the tornado stopped. Back down in the fortress, a shadow clone had grabbed hold of Dodo from behind, making sure to keep his arms secure and effectively cutting of the Hayaton Jutsu. Off of me! Dodo shouted in anger as he tried to break free. I got 2 words for you. Bunshin Daibaka. The clone shouted before exploding in a furious blaze of destruction which shook the entire fortress. Silence. It's over, Koyuki sighed in relief. Land of Snow, Rainbow Glacier. Are you sure this is the right place? Naruto asked as the airship descended onto the snow-covered ground at the edge of the glacier. It had been 3 days since the battle and the Yuki forces had all surrendered after the Dodo fell. Team B had taken 2 days to recuperate from their injuries while they remained on guard in case any of Dodo's former associates sought vengeance against Koyuki. Speak of the Snow Princess. Yeah, this is the place, Sandeu confirmed. The vault of the Kazahana clan should be in the center. He then pointed towards the altar at the center of the glacier. And the hex crystal is the key, Koki whispered as she started towards the altar. Are we clear, Yujito? Naruto asked his blonde teammate. I don't sense anything within 100 kilometers, Yujito confirmed. Good, Naruto grunted out as they approached the altar. Koyuki stood before it and inserted the crystal into the slot in its center. A moment later the area around them suddenly changed from ice and water to grass and streams. It's so warm. What is this? Koyuki asked confused. It's not a heat generator, Sandeya blinked in astonishment. Believe in the future. If you do, then the spring will surely come. The image of a younger Koyuki appeared in the middle of the glacier, though everyone could tell it was a recording. What will you do when it comes, Koyuki? A male voice asked. I'm going to become a princess, the recorded Koyuki said with a childish smile. Oh, and what sort of princess? The male voice asked. Well, let's see. One who's strong and kind and fights for justice, the young girl said cheerfully. Ah, that's some dream, the male voice sounded happy. Did I not really say those things? The real Koyuki asked as she stared at the recording. A man much taller than the young Koyuki appeared with a smile as he stepped out beside the girl. He was dressed in green robes and was wearing glasses with a proud smile. Well, so long as you believe in your dream and never give up. One day you'll be that fine princess, the recorded Sosetsu told her with a smile. He placed what looked like the hex crystal around the little girl's neck and looked onward. Can you see her? There's a beautiful princess standing right in front of you now, he said with a smile. By now the real Koyuki had tears trailing down her face as she looked up at her father's face. That I have a problem though, there's something else I want to be, the younger Koyuki said over her shoulder. Sosetsu looked curiously at her. Really? What's that? An actress, she replied with her childish smile. Sosetsu chuckled at that, clearly believed she could do it. The real Koyuki started laughing lightly. Eventually, the image dissipated however and the recording became nothing but memory. Sandeya watched on and smiled as he shook his head. After a few more seconds the image faded and silence fell on the glacier. Father, Koyuki whispered sadly. Land of Spring, Kazuhana Palace Airship. The inauguration ceremony went off without a hitch and Koyuki had already set into place several laws that would start the repairs on the damage done by Doto and his forces. A week after the battle team be prepared to set off towards home in a very different way compared to how they arrived. We can really have it? Naruto blinked as he looked up at the massive airship that Doto and his forces had used. I don't see why not, Sandeya shrugged. After everything you've done for us it is the least we can do. I'm sure Kukiheim feels the same way. But still that we can't even fly this thing right, Yujito countered as she gestured to the airship. Actually I've been learning how to use the controls for a while now, Haku spoke up. Can you fly it? Naruto asked her. Haku nodded. For the most part just don't ask me to do any loops or anything. What about the generator? Yujito asked. That generator isn't fully developed, Koyuki replied as she approached the group. So it'll be back to winter soon, huh? Naruto sighed. Not really. If we take what we know and continue working on it, then we might be able to make it permanent without having to turn it on again. The land of spring has been born thanks to your actions, Koyuki said with a smile. Yeah, but it's kind of a shame really. I mean you're a big star and you're going to have to retire, right? Yujito asked with a sad smile. Who said I was retiring? Koyuki asked with a smile. Ruling over the land of spring and acting, I think I can handle them both. I mean I'd have to be out of my mind to give it up now. She started away from them. I hope you all visit sometime when things are less hectic. She disappeared into the palace again. Story of my life, Naruto said with a sigh. Well, we'd better be off, Yujito said as she climbed into the airship with Haku. Hey Naruto. Here, Sandeyu said as he handed the boy an envelope. What's this? Naruto asked him. Something for you and your team, Sandeyu answered with a smile. Now go on. And I hope to see you three visit us sometime. We'll do that. Naruto nodded as he jumped onto the airship and opened the envelope. It was an autograph with a picture of his team and Koyuki standing in front of the altar at the Rainbow Glacier after it was melted. As he entered the command section, he saw Haku sitting at the controls and heard the sound of the airship's engine coming to life. This thing is amazing, Yujito said from the side. Imagine what Kumo could do if they had this kind of technology. We'd have aerial superiority everywhere. We'd also be able to bomb any village and they would be hard-pressed to counterattack, Haku added. Yet but it'll be a while before Kumo has anything like this ready for combat. For now let's just get this thing back to Kumo and report to Reikage-sama. Yujito sighed as she sat down in one of the chairs. She then looked over at the quiet blonde. Is something wrong, Naruto? That it's nothing. Naruto shook his head and turned away. As he exited the room he stopped and almost fell against the wall. This feeling. It's dash. What do you want from me? Everything. What the hell was that? It can't be. Naruto thought as he tried to steady his breathing. He shook himself as he recognized the image of a dark warrior, Yami. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure no Sato Reikage Tower. I see you've been busy, E spoke as he looked out at the airship that had landed on one of the platforms near the tower. It's all in the report, Reikage-sama, Yujito stated as she placed several sheets of paper down on the desk. Had I assume everything went well then? The Reikage asked. It was great. Naruto nodded in confirmation. Good because I'm promoting you 3 to Chunin, E responded surprisingly the group. Are you sure, Reikage-sama? Yujito stammered out in surprise. That was another reason for giving you that level of mission, E explained. I wanted to see if you had what it takes to do the right thing even though it's not easy. I'm glad to say you passed, so congratulations on becoming Chunin. So the last mission was a test? Haku asked. Yes it was, E clarified. What kind of a Kage would hand out an A-rank mission to Genin? They'd have to be out of their minds to even think of the idea. I mean, I've given you all A-rank missions because I can count on you. The mission to the Land of Wave. Yujito trailed off. I trusted my brother to look after you, E explained. And this last mission to the Land of Snow. Sorry, I meant Land of Spring. I sent you on that mission because I wanted to give you a chance at becoming Chunin through a field promotion. Field promotion? Naruto asked. If the Chunin exams were the only way to become a Chunin, then the villages would be made up of almost nothing but Genin. The Chunin exams are meant to maintain good relations with other countries, however they also paint a large bullseye on the Genin who pass it. A field promotion keeps Chunin out of other villages' sight, E concluded. How are the Chunin exams going anyway? Yujito inquired. From what I hear, they're getting ready for the 3rd stage of the exams, the Reikage replied. He leaned back and shook his head. However, none of our Genin made it to the 3rd round, so I will not be attending it. Knock knock. E flicked the intercom and asked, What is it? Reikage-sama, there is a man from Konoha here to see you. He says it's important. His aide spoke through the system. Konoha. Naruto thought and stopped his fists from clenching. Send him in. E gave the order and the door opened. A single figure stepped through. One that was immediately recognized. That's. Yujito stiffened at seeing the man. What can I do? For you, Jiraiya of the Sannin? He asked with a neutral face. I'm not really here to speak with you, Reikage-sama, but I've come to talk to him, Jiraiya answered and turned his gaze on the blonde boy. Uzumaki Naruto, right? Who would have thought things would turn out like this, huh? Who are you? Naruto bit back the growl that threatened to explode from his throat. Good question. I am the Gamasenin no Myobokuzan. Pleased to meet you, Naruto, Jiraiya answered and waved slightly. How do you know who I am? The Kyuubi Jinchuriki questioned. I trained the Yondaime Hokage, Jiraiya replied. You trained at why are you here? Naruto asked in distrust. I'm here to teach you something the Yondaime Hokage wanted you to know, the Gamasenin answered. If you really trained, where were you before now? Where were you when I was being hunted down by Own Sensei? Where were you when my own sensei tried to kill me? Naruto growled out as red chakra started to flicker across his body. Where were you when my father sealed in the Kyuubi in me? That last question stopped Jiraiya in his tracks. You know, the Gamasenin whispered in surprise. Yeah, I know that, and oh, thanks to Konoha, Naruto shot back. You didn't answer my questions. Where were you? Jiraiya took a breath before he continued. I was keeping track of your enemies. Everyone in the room narrowed their eyes at his answer. Enemies? Naruto questioned. A group of 9 S-rank Nukenin called the Akatsuki. They're after the Biju, including the Kyuubi, Jiraiya continued. Among their members are Orochimaru of the Sannin and Akasuna no Sasori. I's eyes flashed at the names. Orochimaru is a part of this? He was, but he appears to have left the organization, Jiraiya confirmed. Who's Orochimaru? Naruto asked, feeling out of the loop. Orochimaru is one of the Sannin and a student of the Sandaime Hokage like myself. He was also a candidate for Yondaime Hokage and betrayed Konoha after your father became the Yondaime instead of him. I've lost track of him since he left the Akatsuki, Jiraiya explained. That's so you'll train me to better fight them? Naruto asked. If you'll let me? Jiraiya offered. Naruto looked at Ii and then to Kurabi. The two brothers nodded and Naruto turned back to the Gamasenin. All right, Naruto agreed with a sigh. What are you going to teach me? A jutsu that Minato wanted you to know at the Rasengan. Land of Fire, Konohagakure no Sato Chunin Exam Stadium. This was it. This was his chance to prove that he was one step closer to killing his brother, his enemy, and fulfilling his revenge. Uchiha Sasuke charged down the side of the stadium wall with his left hand encased in pure lightning chakra. He didn't care about the world around him, it was just him and his opponent. He closed in on his target. The Sunagenin he was fighting had encased himself in a ball of sand and was all but impenetrable to anything he could throw at it. Well, almost anything. Chidori! Exclaimed as he moved within striking distance and the crowd held their breath. Only for a figure to drop down from the sky and slam his lightning-covered hand down on the ground to create a small crater. He looked up and sent a glare at the one who dared to interfere with his match only for his eyes to widen at the sight he saw. Silence. Dobe? Sasuke asked surprised. Hardly, Naruto snorted in response. Foolish little abomination that's still playing the genius I see? He sneered down at the Uchiha. Quicker than most could see, he brought his sword around and slashed down at the dark-haired boy. Genma came from the side and grabbed Sasuke, but not before the blade swiped across the Uchiha's arm, drawing blood. Genma backed away with Sasuke in hand and kept his gaze on Naruto. Please call me Yami since I'm definitely not that fun-loving moron, Yami corrected and liked the blood off of his sword. Immediately 8 Umbu surrounded him. I see the Hokage wants his little weapon back. Come with us quietly Uzumaki Naruto and you will not be punished, spoke the lead Umbu. Yet it's not the best invitation so no thanks, Yami quipped. And I sounded way too much like Dad there for a second. He shook himself in amusement. Red chakra exploded from his body, surprising and terrifying everyone present as it ripped his skin apart and took the shape of a human-sized chakra fox with 4 tails. Now who wants to go first? He roared and moved out his hands, sending several large chakra arms at the Umbu. Up in the Kage booth, Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage shouted out, "Begin operation!" 4 Umbu were dead within moments of Yami's attack and 2 more were injured while a large genjutsu descended on everyone in the stadium. Yami turned quickly as Hatake Kakashi appeared behind him and moved out a lightning-covered fist at him. "Raikiri!" the Kapinin exclaimed as he drove the attack into the chest of the chakra fox. Yami roared when the jutsu died down. The Kyuubi's chakra is protecting him. Try something else. Yami roared and punched the ground, sending out a massive shockwave which leveled the stadium around them and no doubt killing a lot of people. Deminute, where is Tenzo? Kakashi thought in worry as he saw chakra started to gather at Yami's mouth. Doton, Dorihiki no Jutsu, he exclaimed as a wall of solid rock shot up between the two. Yanbaiko Imari. Yami roared as the massive chakra sphere exploded towards the Konoha Jonin. It carved open the earth as it went, blowing right through the earth wall and forcing Kakashi to take cover in the ground. Sand suddenly exploded from behind the fox and revealed a massive sand tanuki glaring down at them all. Who are you? Gaara growled out from inside the monster. An ally for now, Yami replied. Why do you exist? Gaara sneered. Heh, I exist to destroy, Yami chuckled darkly. I seek not but blood and carnage, nothing more and nothing less. Then stay out of my way, Gaara growled out and sent a wave of sand at everything that moved. Yami roared as bones materialized on his chakra shroud and 2 more tails formed to equal 6 tails swishing behind him. He let out a crazed laugh as he disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared above Kakashi. He's fast. Kakashi as just before Mato Guy came in from the side and kicked Yami away. Did I get him? Guy asked. Not likely, Kakashi responded as he stood up straight once more. Sasuke-kun! Sakura shouted out, catching his attention. Kakashi turned to the sight of an unconscious Sasuke in the arms of the known spy, Yakushi Kabuto. Get away from my student! Kakashi shouted as he jumped at the Odo spy. Shunshin no Jutsu. A second later Kabuto disappeared with Sasuke in a poof of smoke. No Sasuke-kun! Sakura shouted in horror as her crush was taken away. In it, Kakashi gritted his teeth and turned to Neji. Can you track them? He asked. They're out of my range, Neji replied as he shook his head. Sasuke-kun! Sakura cried. Tajui Mari. 6 bolts of chakra exploded from the smoke near the stadium and closed in on the group. Doton! Doria Hiki no Jutsu! Kakashi exclaimed as he created a large stone wall to protect them. The 6 small chakra spheres impacted the wall and exploded, shattering the wall as if it were glass and consuming their vision in fire. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly as Yami, who was now in human form again, stepped through the flames slowly and sent them a chilling glare with his back against the flames. This can't be the dead last! Kiba shouted indignantly. Dead last? Oh please, Yami snorted at the name. I've always been this powerful, but Konoha has always held me back. That now you will see my true strength. He unsheathed the Onijin and shot forward. Sharingan, he whispered as his eyes suddenly changed into that of the Sharingan. How did he dash? Kakashi muttered before he was to engage the boy in taijutsu. He's using Kyuubi's chakra to augment his speed, and with the Sharingan he is predicting my moves. It's a good job I got Sasuke team's blood at the end of the match, or this would be a lot more difficult, Yami thought as he ducked under a punch only to meet a knee to the face. Got you, Kakashi said only for Ami, to disappearing in a poof of smoke. A shadow clone? Kakashi said surprised. Yami suddenly appeared behind Neji and lunged at him. Neji turned quickly but was unable to deflect the blade as it grazed his shoulder and drew blood. Yami smirked and jumped away before Neji could counterattack. Haha, too easy, Yami said and liked the blood off the Onijin. What did you do to me? Neji sneered at the blonde. I stole your bloodline like a good little thief, Yami answered with a smirk. Byakugan, he whispered and his eyes suddenly turned pure white. What? Neji growled out, having lost control of his emotions. Keton, Gukakyu no Jutsu! Kakashi exclaimed as he attacked from the side with a massive fireball. Kaiten! Yami called out as he spun, creating a spinning shield of chakra around him. That's the dash, Tenten whispered as the jutsu shrugged off the fireball. Yami laughed as Kakashi landed in front of him. Do you understand now? This is what happens when you betray your own. He continued to laugh as Gaara could be seen destroying buildings across the village. You won't leave here alive, not after what you've done here today, Kakashi said to the blonde. What's your name, old man? Any normal jonin would have died by now if they were to face someone like me, asked Yami as he planted the Onijin in the ground and smirked. Hakata Kakashi, not that you really need to know, the Kopinin answered as his Sharingan spun and Yami's smirk widened. I prefer to know the names of my enemies. Yami was grinning now as his sword started to glow purple. What's he doing? Guy asked. Dark Knight of the Fallen Kingdom, I humbly ask that you grant me power. The power of the forgotten, the power of destruction, and the power of reincarnation. I call upon you, Crusader. Ascendo. Purple light consumed their vision and died down a moment later to reveal a large black knight with raven-like wings. What did he just do? Chuji asked at the sight. Katon, Senpu Hozenka. Yami extended his wings and let loose a large blast of flames. Everyone get down! Kakashi shouted as everyone took cover in the rubble and the flames consumed the area. We're not fighting a ninja here, Asuma said with a wince. We're fighting a monster, and one that may be just as bad as the Kyuubi from 13 years ago. I suppose it's fitting considering who he is, Guy said as he steadied his breathing. That Gaara kid is leveling the village building by building. What do we do? Kurenai asked the question. Hokuto-sama is currently battling Orochimaru and the civilians have probably been relocated to the shelters. Right now our best option is to withdraw and prepare our counterattack, Kakashi quickly deduced. Hey, take a look, he's powering down, Chuji spoke up. Yami sighed as returned to human form. Well, I've had my fun, but it looks like the snake beastie has finished dealing with the old man. He looked up and watched as the barrier dropped as Orochimaru fled with his 4 bodyguards, though his arms looked like they had been injured. It's time I withdrew as well. He bit his thumb and formed several hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. A large hawk appeared a second later in a poof of smoke. You don't mess around, do you? Takamaru quipped as Yami jumped on and they took to the sky. Not all the time, Yami responded curtly as he looked back at the destroyed village and the demon rampaging through it. Where to now? The hawk asked. Did I think it's time we initiated the first part of the plan? Yami said as a sadistic smirk stretched across his face. Right, that I can sense the target north of here. I believe it to be the Nanabai no Kabutamushi, Takamaru replied. Let's go then, Yami ordered as they flew off into the distance. What about the Kyuubi's Yang chakra? Takamaru asked as they flew. Don't worry, I've captured my dad's corpse, Yami spoke as he pulled out a containment scroll. As soon as I have access to a key, then I can transfer it into my seal so I don't have to rely on these bastardized chakra cells from the temple. This day marked the end of Konohagakure no Sato with the combined Otosuna strike force and Gaara rampaging through the village. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure no Sato Reikage Tower. Konohagakure no Sato has been completely destroyed, declared to the room. What? Naruto asked in surprise. We just received word from our spies an hour ago, the Reikage explained. They say that Konoha was attacked at the end of the Chunin exams by a combined Suna and Oto invasion force. We're still trying to confirm the village's condition, however, it looks like there was another force at play during the battle. Another force? Yujito inquired. From what we were able to piece together, Suna entered the Ichibi Jinchuriki into the exams as a genin who then reached the finals. He was matched up against the young genius Uchiha Sasuke and the invasion began as soon as he started to transform, continued. A Jinchuriki fought Sasuke team? Naruto blinked. Do you know him? Haku asked. Not really, Naruto shrugged. He was the rookie of the year, and I was the dead last, so we didn't hang out that much. He was always a loner who everyone adored because of his family, though I thought he was an arrogant bastard. Yes, well, from what I am told, he was defeated and captured by Oto during the battle. That's not what worried me though, sighed and leaned back in his chair. It's what happened at the end of the match itself. Apparently you showed up and stopped him from delivering a lethal blow to the Jinchuriki, Naruto. Me? Naruto took a step back in surprise. But I wasn't anywhere near Konoha during the finals. I've been here training with Ero Sennin and my team. I know that, but the reports clearly state that you entered the battle and defeated anyone that stood in your way. It even describes transformations into a 6-tailed chakra fox and a giant black warrior, concluded. Black? Haku started. Warrior? Yujito finished. Yami, Naruto growled out and clenched his fists at his side. It appears your shadow has turned out quite mellow, Kurabi spoke from the side. That's impossible. He shouldn't be able to use the Kyuubi's chakra if he doesn't have the fox in his gut. He wouldn't stand a chance against Konoha by himself, Naruto started. It looks like he was able to attain a large amount of the Kyuubi's chakra cells from a pseudo-Jinchuriki at the Fire Temple after single-handedly breaking through the temple's defenses, he explained. How strong has he gotten? Yujito asked worriedly. I don't know, but by your own accounts he can steal bloodlines, the Reikage said grimly. There is little doubt in my mind that he is growing in power. And it is only a matter of time before he attains his true goal. Whatever it might be. So what do we do? Haku asked the question. Jiraiya has already left for the ruins of Konoha in hopes of gathering survivors, and I have already sent teams to render humanitarian aid. I also have another mission for you, he responded and handed them a sheet of paper with the details on it. Sabaku no Gaara, the Ichibi Jinchuriki, has gone rogue and is currently hunting the Sannin. We're not really sure why your orders are to locate and capture him if possible. If you are unable to capture him, then you are to eliminate him, understand? Understood Reikage-sama, Haku bowed. With Konoha destroyed, we are now the strongest of the .4 main villages, he declared. This action has upset the entire continent and soon war will break out for dominance. Do not let anyone gain control of the Ichibi. I'm going with them, Kurabi spoke up. What are we waiting for? Let's go already. Yujito waved as she headed for the door with Haku in tow. Naruto stopped as he exited the room and looked out at the setting sun in the distance. Yami. You're worried, Haku said to the blonde kunoichi that shared the room. They had stopped for the night in a nearby town and gotten 2 separate rooms for themselves with Naruto taking the other one. What do you mean? Yujito asked confused. You've been sneaking glances at Naruto all day, Haku continued. I can't really blame you since from the look on his face I'd say he is having trouble coming to terms with the destruction of his former home. But it's not his home anymore, Yujito spoke up. Konoha has never done anything to even deserve to be called his home. He owes them nothing for what they've done. How so? Haku inquired. They didn't tell him about his father, they didn't tell him why he was hated, and they didn't even have the decency to at least properly train him. They wanted nothing to do with him, and as far as I'm concerned, they got what they deserve. Have you seen him when he walks through the streets of Kumo? Everyone in Kumo loves him not only because of his strength but what he stands for. Yujito clenched her fists at her side as she kept going. And what about you? Haku questioned. What about me? Yujito snapped her head towards her teammate. I've seen the way you look at him, Yujito-chan, Haku replied knowingly. That look of longing in your eyes when you look at him can't be faked or hidden, especially from me. I don't know what you are talking about, Yujito denied and turned away. I think you do, Haku shot back. That look of longing, what is it about exactly? Do you long to get the same praise as him, or do you long just for him? What do you want, Yujito-chan? Drop it, Yujito snarled at her with slitted eyes. Fine, Haku sighed. But let me give you some advice. Right now he is all right, but that won't last forever. Someday he will be lost and just drift through life. When that day comes, I hope you are ready to do something about it, because I'm sure we will all regret it if you aren't. Why do you care so much? Yujito questioned. Because I'm in love with him, Haku whispered the answer as she turned away. She thought of course she is that Naruto's went out of his way to make her feel welcome here and after the wave mission, but what do I feel for him? Yujito thought as she cast a look at the door. Land of Fire, Tenzidon. I still think we should have taken the airship, Yujito whined as they entered the town. The eggheads are still working on the technology involved in it, Yujito-chan, Haku countered. What's wrong with this picture? Naruto asked as he looked around at the empty marketplace. Where is everyone? Haku asked, also confused. Yujito closed her eyes and concentrated. They're all in their homes, but I'm sensing large amounts of heavy chakra concentration coming from the north. Sounds like a battle, Haku nodded as Naruto jumped onto the roof of a nearby building and looked towards the north. Well, whoever it is looks to be going at pretty heavily, Naruto added as he saw the flashes on the horizon signifying the use of explosives. Let's go check it and we'll interfere a bit, Kurabi said as he jumped forward with the rest of the team not too far behind. This wasn't turning out like he had planned at all, and that was something he didn't like happening. It had started with the fall of Konoha, which left Orochimaru's arms useless, but the village and the Hokage wiped out. Almost immediately upon returning to Otokagure no Sato, Orochimaru had left his body and taken over Uchiha Sasuke in order to acquire the legendary Sharingan. This action, however, had one very notable flaw in it. He could only maintain this body for 3 years before it failed. That was the reason why he was out here now. It was to locate his old teammate whom was and still remains to this day the best medic nin to have ever lived. His right-hand man Kabuto could only do so much compared to Senju Tsunade, granddaughter of the Shodai Hokage and the current Katsuyu Sennin. The deal was simple enough. She fixed his body so it could last a lifetime and he would resurrect her lover and her brother whom both died back in the Second Shinobi War. He had given her a week to answer, and that brings us to the current, irritating situation. The Ichibi Jinchuriki, Sabaku no Gaara, whom practically destroyed Konoha single-handedly, was now hunting for strong opponents to prove his existence, or so he said. The boy had the audacity to come after him and by proxy Tsunade in the hopes of killing them. Naturally, Orochimaru didn't like that and knew that he could kill the boy with ease, but that would be useless if Tsunade and her annoying fear of blood gets her killed. Where would he be then? 3 years is not enough time to properly wield these magnificent eyes that the Uchiha prided, but he knew if Tsunade were to die, then that would be the end of the Sharingan altogether. The only other option would be to go to Danzo, but Root was still operating, so he couldn't risk any kind of contact at the moment, at least not until he gained more power. You will prove my existence, Gaara said, crazed as he summoned a massive waterfall of sand. Ryusa Bakuryu, he called out as the sand closed in. Stand back, Kabuto, Kimimaro, Orochimaru ordered with a smirk. He then jumped over the waterfall of sand and spun the kusanagi in hand. Die, you annoying child, he shouted as he swung down with the sword. Clang! Land of fire, plains. Silence is a grand thing, really. It's empty and hollow, yet anything can happen to break it. Like now, for example, where Orochimaru of the Sannin, self-proclaimed Otokage of Otokage no Sato, stood with the blade of kusanagi in hand, clashing against one of Yatsuki Kurabi's, the Hachibi Jinchuriki's many swords. The sight was unexpected, and it took all those involved a few moments to register what exactly happened. A second later, Orochimaru backed off and scowled. Yatsuki Kurabi. What's someone like you doing here? Just floating around, seeing as there are snakes like you abound, Kurabi countered, settled into his multiple sword kenjutsu stance. So I see that you must be here for the Ichibi, Orochimaru quickly deduced. Kumo always did want more Biju to bolster their forces. Not that it matters, since I want that Biju to die with its Jinchuriki. That way Akatsuki can't complete their goal, and I don't have to worry about their interference. I'll handle the Jinchuriki, Naruto said over his shoulder as he kept his eyes locked with Gaara's. Are you sure, kiddo? He might be too much for you, Naruto, Kurabi asked the blonde boy. Just give me my shot and I'll do the rest, Naruto replied with a grin. The bone guy is mine, Yujito said clearly as she glared at the man in front of her with bones emanating from everywhere on his body. And that leaves the one with glasses for me, Haku concluded. Fine then, let's see how you handle this, Orochimaru sneered as he bit his thumb. He formed several hand seals and slammed his hand to the ground. Suddenly a large snake appeared in a poof of smoke. Kuchios no Jutsu. You know better than to summon me. I demand 100 sacrifices for this, Manda sneered up at the Hibi Sennin. Orochimaru just smirked and narrowed his eyes at the Kumo Nins. Naruto, Yujito said as she looked up at the large snake. I know, Naruto said back as he bit his thumb and formed a set of hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. Smoke exploded from his position as he slapped his hand on the ground. What? Orochimaru blinked in surprise. This isn't how things were supposed to happen. The Kyuubi brat is supposed to be a weak fool, he snarled in thought as a large dragon emerged from the smoke. Hello again, Hotori-sama, Naruto said with a smile. It's good to see you again, he greeted. I see you're having a few problems, Naruto? Asked the dragon boss. Yeah, I am. Mind giving me a hand here? We could really do with the help, Naruto asked him. Alright, it's been a while since I last fought anyway. I just hope this will be enough to keep me entertained, Hattori chuckled and settled down on all fours. Naruto jumped off his head as he started to roar at the snake boss in front of him. Manda struck first, moving faster than most could see despite its immense size, and descended on the dragon. Hattori shifted slightly and swatted the giant snake away just before he grabbed its tail. Hattori roared again as he pulled on the tail and flung the snake into the air. Awesome, Naruto thought, awestruck as Hattori flapped his wings and ascended into the air. Raitan, Kitsue Taifu. Hattori roared as wind and lightning exploded from his wings into the shape of a directed tornado. Still as arrogant as ever, I see, Hotori team. Manda shouted as the jutsu struck him dead center. Ryusa Bakuryu. Gaara called out as a massive wave of sand descended on the Kumo and Oto Nins. Scatter! Yujito shouted and everyone jump away. Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto exclaimed as he touched back down on solid ground and created an army of clones. Take Gaara down now, he yelled the order to his clones. Not so fast, boy. Orochimaru shouted as he jumped at the blonde boy. Your opponent is me. The Hachibi. Kurabi quickly moved in between them and parried the sword strike at Naruto. Out of my way, you fool! Orochimaru snarled in anger as he quickly executed 3 consecutive strikes at the Kumo swordsman, each of which was parried. That's fool-sama to you. Kurabi shouted back as he quickly unsheathed his 7 swords and attacked. Nearby Yujito was throwing ball of lightning left, right and center in hopes of hitting her bone-wielding opponent. Raikyu! She exclaimed again as she hurled another one only for Kimimaro to evade once again. Teshi Senden, Kimimaro said as he launched several sharp bones at the blonde girl. That's just gross, Yujito said in disgust as she dodged the volley. I care not for what you say, Kimimaro said before he lunged with bones stretching out of his skin. This isn't going to be easy, Yujito though grimly as he closed in and blue-purple chakra exploded from her body. Suna Shigure, Gaara spoke as he brought his sand up beside him and launched it at Naruto's clones. The clones quickly dispelled under the assault of the hundreds of sand bullets that bombarded them. Naruto quickly released red chakra into his system and disappeared in a burst of speed. Gaara blinked in surprise as Naruto reappeared behind him and threw a punch faster than most could see. Sand gathered and the punch collided with it, but the sand evidently withstood it. Naruto backed off as another wave of sand tried to grab him before he disappeared in a burst of speed yet again as Gaara narrowed his eyes. His sand encases his entire body and it gathers wherever he is about to be attacked to defend him. He's not controlling it, Naruto thought as he attacked from the side, but again the sand appeared to defend against him. Well then, let's see how he likes this. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he accelerated and literally ran circles around Gaara at high speed to create a dust storm. After a few more seconds he struck, first kicking low, then punching high, a quick jab at the back, a kick from the side and a blow at the head. Gaara's sand wasn't able to keep up with the constant movement, thus the final punch struck Gaara in the jaw, sending him spinning across the field. Got ya, you demed raccoon! Naruto shouted with a laugh. You hit me, Gaara said lowly as he slowly stood. Now what? Naruto asked as he suddenly tensed. No one has ever laid a hand on me in a long time, Gaara said as he looked up, a crazed smile on his face. Sand spiraled around him, wrapping around him and encasing him in a sphere of sand. Oh, this cannot be good, Naruto muttered as he shot forward and threw a punch at the ball. Spikes of sand appeared from the ball, trying to impale him, but he quickly backed off after landing the punch on the completely solid and dense ball of sand. I will prove my existence, he heard Gaara's twisted voice speak from the ball. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto made a cross seal and a clone instantly appeared at his side. The concentrated chakra into Naruto's hand as it quickly spun and took the shape of a ball. The clone disappeared a moment later as Naruto dashed forward and threw his arm out at the sphere. Rasengan. The chakra sphere slammed into the sand ball and drilled through its layers until it reached its target. The other side of the sand ball exploded outwards as both Naruto and Gaara were hurled away from each other. They quickly recovered as sand once again wrapped around Gaara, but this time taking the shape of a human-sized tanuki made of sand. This is my blood. Gaara screamed in pain as he clutched his healing shoulder. Suna Shuriken, he exclaimed in anger as he hurled a volley of sand bullets at the blonde boy. Naruto brought his hands up and the sand shattered upon contact with the Kyuubi's chakra. Why won't you just die? Futon, Mugen de Tapa. Gaara continued as he sent a massive blast of wind at him. He's not letting up, Naruto thought as he was sent flying back and into the air. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Suddenly hundreds of clones appeared around him as he landed. Suna Shuriken, Gaara exclaimed as he tried to destroy the oncoming clone army. Bunshin Daibaha. The clones called out as one and exploded all over the area where Gaara stood. Did I get him? Naruto asked in thought. A second later, sand exploded upwards and took the shape of a massive sand tanuki. I guess not. Dai Sabaku Q. Gaara roared as sand started to spin around Naruto. Holy Knight Champion of the Ancients, I ask you to grant me power. The power to protect, the power to defend, and the power to safeguard the innocent. Call upon you, Duke. Naruto began. Sabaka Soso. The tanuki clenched his fist and the sand contracted to crush the blonde boy. Ascendo! Naruto finished as he suddenly exploded in red light. The light died down a moment later to reveal the large white knight with its red sword and blue shield pulsing with energy. What are you? Gaara demanded. A knight, Naruto responded as his blue cape swayed in the wind. From the side, Orochimaru stopped and stared at the large boss-sized juggernaut that had appeared. He isn't the one that attacked Konoha with us. The other one was black, yet he has the same face. That chakra I felt was definitely the Kyuubi's, but how is that possible when the other brat wielded the Kyuubi's power also? The Hibi Sennin thought, puzzled. Come on, Sandy-chan, Naruto taunted as he settled into a stance with his shield brought up in front of him. His legs shifted slightly with one in front of the other and crouched down with his sword at his side. Fascinating Uzumaki Naruto. The raccoon hollered as Gaara materialized out of the sand on its head and formed a hand seal. Tanuki Nairi no Jutsu, Gaara whispered before he fell unconscious. Ha, I'm free. Shikaku laughed as he gained full control. Hotori-sama, what the hell just happened? Naruto asked in surprise. The dragon boss dropped down at his side and spoke. He's surrendered control to the demon within. The human is gone, only the monster remains. There is nothing you can do for him now, Hattori answered. Damn, Naruto gritted out as Shikaku took notice of him. There's already someone here to play with me? Good, now prepare to die, the demon laughed, clearly insane. Do not forget about me, Hotori team. Manda snarled as he sprung up from the ground. A moment later, Hattori shot up into the air just before the snake could reach him. And you get down here and fight. Futon, Renkuden. Shikaku exclaimed as he belched out a large blast of compressed air. Raiton, Feinerujagimento. Naruto countered as he leveled his sword at the demon. A blast of energy erupted from the end of the blade and collided with the air bullet. Despite having the elemental advantage, the wind bullet exploded under the sustained discharge of the lightning bolt. Futon, Renkuden. Shikaku exclaimed as he expelled another 4 wind blasts at the White Knight. Naruto quickly brought up his shield and charged it with as much chakra as he could muster. Raiton, Feineruariushin, he called out as the compressed blast of pure lightning erupted from the center of the shield and collided with the oncoming assault. 3 of the approaching air bullets exploded, but one managed to get through just as lightning blast died down. The 4th and final air bullet slammed into the shield of the White Knight, exploding with enough to shatter the landscape around him. Naruto was thrown back and fell to the ground with an echoing thud, his shield landing a few feet away covered in smoke. Demon, the White Knight, grumbled in thought as he slowly stood. Even though my shield took the brunt of that last attack, that still hurt like hell. You're still alive? Persistent, aren't you? Shikaku laughed with a crazed look. I can't win against something like this, Naruto thought as Shikaku esigi in more air. Do not give up. Futon, Renkuden. Shikaku exclaimed as he unleashed another 3 blasts of wind at the White Knight. My power is your power and your power is mine. Now fight, boy. Raiton, Kaminari no Tate. Naruto's eyes turned white as the 3 bullets struck him in the chest, resulting in several large explosions of wind. Naruto! Yujito shouted in worry as everyone on the battlefield stopped. Haha, I did it. He's dead. Shikaku laughed at seeing his work. His laughter didn't last long. Raiton, Jinrai. Shikaku's right arm seemed to have been sliced right off by a blast of lightning that shot out from the smoke-covered area where Naruto once stood. What? Shikaku shouted in outrage as the smoke cleared. Naruto stood where he had been hit by the wind bullets earlier, appearing completely unharmed, and he now lightning chakra dancing across his armored body. His eyes were glowing white as sparks of lightning shot between himself and the ground where he stood. This is that I haven't felt this since him. I won't be defeated so easily by the likes of you. Futon, Renkuden. Shikaku roared into action as he unleashed another 4 wind bullets at the knight. I've had enough of you, demon, Naruto said in a far more dangerous tone than normal. He brought his sword up and swung down. Raiton, Kaminari no Tate, he said, and the lightning that covered his body sprang out and swatted the wind bullets away effortlessly. Demenu, the Tanuki shouted in outrage at seeing his most powerful attack deflected with ease. He then watched in what amounted to demon equivalent of fear as the knight began to charge chakra into his free hand. No. Raiten, Hayakurai. Naruto exclaimed as he brought his hand up towards the tanuki and a massive blast of lightning exploded into existence. It struck the area where Shikaku stood and suddenly the world around them was covered in light. A moment later it was over. What the hell was that? Haku rasped out as climbed back to her feet. That brat. Orochimaru muttered in anger and a little fear. So Duke, you have already merged with the boy I see. He must be something special for you both to bond so quickly, but it is only a matter of time before the darkness emerges. Will you be ready for when it comes, Naruto? Hattori mused in thought. That was the largest lightning jutsu I've ever seen, Kurabi stated in surprise. His progression rate is unreal, but what is wrong with this deal? His abilities and skill have improved greatly, but is all of this because of his enemy? Naruto. Yujito thought worriedly as the dust slowly cleared. The White Knight stood tall as he glared hard at the crater where the sand demon lay still. Shikaku seemed to be struggling to hold his form together, however it quickly became clear to everyone that it was a losing struggle. Soon the sand collapsed completely and Gaara emerged on the ground below with the eyes of the tanuki. A flash of light signaled Naruto returning to human form and start his slow approach to the fallen Ichibi Jinchuriki. You will not win, boy. Shikaku shouted, clearly still in control of his Jinchuriki. Suna Shigure. A volley of sand bolts shot towards the approaching blonde a moment later. Naruto swung up with the Ryujin and the sand shattered into specks around him. He kept moving with his eyes glowing white and the sword in his hand glowing a dangerous crimson. Shikaku watched in both anger and fear as Naruto stopped directly in front of him and leveled the Ryujin at him. You've lost, demon, Naruto said simply as he sheathed his sword and formed several hand seals. Fuin Jutsu, Reim of Fuin. He held out his hand in front of him and a spears of lightning appeared. No! Shikaku roared in outrage as he quickly stood and lunged at the blonde. He was met by the lightning spear striking his gut and the chakra lancing out to pin his arms and legs along with his sand tail. Shikaku's eyes distorted and Gaara's returned to normal. Gaara dropped a moment later. He was unconscious. Finally, Naruto sighed in relief. The jutsu he had used was a seal that restrained the demon within its target and locked it in a time dilation field. This particular jutsu has been taught to him by the dragons after he had read the specifics of it from the Forbidden Scroll of Sealing. Apparently the jutsu was created by the Uzumaki clan prior to the destruction of their home and subsequent escape from the former land of Whirlpool. Through all of this, one thing was made clear to him. This battle was far from over. Land of Fire, Plains. That brat he's too dangerous to be left alive, Orochimaru said before he jumped towards the weakened Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Not so fast, you fool! Kurabi shouted as he pursued. Ha! Naruto turned just in time to see Orochimaru descend on him with the Kusanagi in hand. I cannot allow you interfere with my plans. Die, boy! The Hibi Sennin roared as he slashed down. Clang. Naruto looked up and his eyes widened at seeing Senju Tsunade standing between them holding up the Kubikiri Hocho. He turned his attention to Haku only to see her standing over the beaten corpse of Yakushi Kabuto. What are you doing, Tsunade? Orochimaru demanded angrily as he pushed the Kusanagi down harder on the irritant defender. Tsunade said as she held the Kusanagi by the blade. I refuse your offer. I won't betray Dan or Nawaki by siding with the likes of you. Stupid girl, I could have brought them back to you, Orochimaru sneered. How disappointing, Tsunade. If you won't help me, then I'll simply find another way. He pulled back and then spun as he swung the sword. Die, Tsunade, he shouted as he made to cleave her in. Clang. Two swords struck down with Kurabi pushing his weight down to keep them locked in place even as Orochimaru put his full force behind the swing. You should watch your back, you fool, Kurabi warned. Anger flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he pulled back and unleashed a number of snakes at them, Saitajashu. Kurabi unsheathed all of his swords and cut down the approaching snakes. A second later, Tsunade appeared above Orochimaru and swung her leg down in a wide arc. The Hibi Sennin narrowly evaded the attack as it struck down on the ground in front of him. Su Tenkyaku. Tsunade exclaimed and was soon followed by an explosion of smoke and dust. "Take that, you bloody snake," she shouted as the dust cleared. Orochimaru lay still for a moment before his head turned to the side and his mouth opened. A hand soon emerged from the mouth, soon followed by a head and some shoulders. Finally, a chest, stomach and legs emerged and stood up to smile at them. "That is disgusting," Tsunade commented. "I am immortal Tsunade," Orochimaru sneered at her. "You're not immortal enough." Kurabi rapped back as crimson chakra exploded from his body and engulfed him. "What?" The Hibi Sennin took a step back in surprise. The chakra condensed and took the shape of a human-sized ox with 8 tails. Kurabi roared into action as he shot forward at blinding speed, appearing before the snake Sannin in an instant. Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly as Kurabi raised his arm to close line him when he was within range. "Lariat!" Kurabi exclaimed as he struck. Orochimaru's insides were blown out as the corrosive chakra slammed into his ribs and severed his upper and lower bodies in a single attack. Kurabi came to a stop a few feet behind the snake Sannin as the two halves expelled snakes from the severed tissue and pulled him back together again. "This is the strength of the strongest Jinchuriki HM? Kukukuku. Well, if that's the best he's got, then I've already won. My Sharingan will predict them both and use their own strength against them. I am truly immortal now," Orochimaru thought with glee as he turned and Sharingan spun wildly. "Get ready for the ox, 'cause once I'm through with you, you won't even be able to fit in a box." Kurabi's voice roared as his skin started to rip apart. "Yamada no Jutsu!" Orochimaru exclaimed quickly as his form exploded into the shape of a massive snake with 8 heads. A few seconds later, a giant ox with 8 tails tentacles appeared and roared at the snake. "Now look upon me, the Rakin Hachibi." "What Kurabi-sensei is?" Haku whispered in awe as she stood over the now deceased body of Kabuto with her sword slung over her shoulder. "Come here, I'll turn you into a smear." Kurabi roared as he grabbed one of the heads and wrapped his tail's tentacles around another 3 heads. He ripped them off the snake in one swift motion. "I will kill you with the power of my Biju." "Dimenyu!" Orochimaru hissed as 3 heads bit into the Hachibi's neck and shoulders. "Back off before you make me barf." Kurabi shouted and knocked the 4-headed snake away. "I have to escape or I'll surely be killed," Orochimaru thought as he quickly turned to flee. He returned to his human form and slithered away. "I must escape now." "Yo, I'm not letting you escape this late in the game, you fool," Kurabi said as he started charging a ball of chakra at his mouth. "Hachabijui Mari." The ball exploded at the Hibi Sennin in a brilliant blast of energy. "Kuchios, Sunju Rashoman!" Orochimaru exclaimed as he slammed his hands down on the ground. Summoning seals appeared on the ground and 3 large demonic gates appeared between the 2 combatants just as the blast washed over his location. When the blast died down, Orochimaru started sinking into the ground in order to escape as Tsunade appeared behind him and punched him squarely in the jaw. "You won't escape!" Tsunade shouted as she grabbed him by the neck and squeezed. Have mercy, Tsunade," Orochimaru begged. "You'll get none from me, Orochimaru," Tsunade responded as seals formed on her arm and slowly started to move onto Orochimaru's form. The snake Sannin gasped in pain as the seals injected the deadliest poisons into him, rivaling those of Sasori. He was dead within moments. On the other side of the battlefield, Yujito crashed down into the side of a cliff overlooking a small lake. She shook herself as Kimimaro approached with bones protruding from every corner of his body. "Raikyu!" Yujito exclaimed as she hurled the lightning ball at the Oto Jonin only for him to swat it away. "Your jutsu are useless against my bloodline," Kimimaro said clearly as he stopped a few feet away. "Shut up!" Yujito shouted in anger as blue-purple chakra exploded from her form and took the shape of a cat with 1 chakra tail. "Interesting," Kimimaro mused as she disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared above him. "Karamatsu no Mai," he exclaimed as bones branched out from his skin. "Kaizuki!" Yujito roared as her arm ignited in a layer of compressed fire. She cut through the bones and slashed across the Otonin's chest. He jumped away and blinked in surprise at the wound. "This girl that she cut right through my bones as if they were nothing. What is that jutsu she's using?" he asked in thought. Teshi Senden. He raised his hands and bones shot out of the fingers towards the cat-like girl. Yujito brought her arm to the side and then swatted the projectiles away with ease to his surprise. She's a close-range fighter, so as long as I keep my distance her body will eventually succumb to the strain of using that power she has, he concluded. Hold still, Yujito growled as a ball of flames formed just above her mouth. Now what is she doing? Kimimaro thought worriedly. Nikomata Enden. Yujito exclaimed as the fireball shot forward at impressive speed. It's too fast to dodge, Kimimaro thought quickly as seals started to spread across his body. Chi no Juin, he whispered as the fireball engulfed him. It exploded upon contact and echoed across the battlefield as flames and smoke shot up into the sky. Got you, you little prick, Yujito growled with satisfaction as she examined the smoke-filled crater. Tasenka no Mai, Tsuru, before she could blink a whip made of bones grabbed her. What the dash, she growled out as the bones held her in place. Is that his spine, she thought upon seeing the shape of the bones. These bones will take a few seconds to burn through, she added as she struggled to free herself. You're mine now, Kimimaro said as he jumped out of the smoke and towards her. His right hand holding the other end of the bone whip and his left hand now turned into a large spear-like cluster of bones. Tasenka no Mai, Hana, he exclaimed as he struck. Nikomata and dash, Yujito began as the attack hit her. Her break in concentration destabilized her own attack and blew the two of them away in opposite directions. Yujito rolled across the ground for a few seconds before coming to a stop at the edge of a cliff. She groaned as she forced herself onto her arms and knees as she felt the Nibi's chakra working fast to heal her wounds. She turned her head and saw Kimimaro approaching slowly as she let the Nibi's chakra fade from her body. You are indeed a formidable foe, but however it is over now, Kimimaro said clearly as he closed in on her. Arrogant, isn't he? But what do you expect from a servant of that disgrace to the snakes? A female voice asked with cold indifference. Who said that? Yujito turned her attention towards the voice but found nothing. Kimimaro stopped a few feet away, confused as to who she was talking to, but nevertheless continued his approaching after a moment. I did, spoke the voice as a snake slithered up next to her side. What are you? One of Orochimaru's summons? Yujito questioned. Please don't insult me, the snake sneered at her. Now do you want the power to win or not? I can see into your heart, little girl, and I can see a thirst for power rivaled only by your need to prove yourself. Prove yourself to him if I'm not mistaken. I don't know what you're talking about, Yujito said venomously. I've had enough of your nervous breakdown, Kimimaro said as he stood over her and readied one of his bones to kill her. Do you want power or not? The snake hissed at her. Yes, I do, Yujito said as she eyed the dagger-like bone in Kimimaro's hand. Then take me into your hand and repeat after me, the snake hissed as Yujito grabbed it. Ravaging queen of the forgotten land, I ask you to grant me power. The power to govern, the power to lead, and the power to choose. I call upon you. Freedom. Ascendo. Yujito shouted as light exploded from her form, blowing Kimimaro away from the column of light. Now what did she do? Kimimaro muttered as he recovered. When the light died down, Yujito's new form was revealed standing unmoving, like a statue against the evening sun. Her armor was emerald green with stripes of gold plating her and 2 silver gauntlets on her hands. Her blue cape waved in the wind as she held out silver sword which Kimimaro recognized as an oversized kusanagi at her side. Is that the kusanagi? Impossible, Orochimaru-sama has that blade and it would only be able to choose another master if he were dead. That cannot be. And what is this form she has taken? Kimimaro thought as the new raised her free hand towards him. Doton, Yama Tatsu no Jutsu, Yujito said calmly as the very earth shook under them. I am possible, Kimimaro rasped out as the earth swallowed him whole. Embrace oblivion, Yujito said as she clenched her outstretched hand and the earth closed up with a loud slam. Saurabi no Mai. Bones exploded up from the ground all around her, but those that hit her were unable to penetrate her armor. I'm not finished yet, he shouted as his body materialized from one of the bone clusters behind her with a bone spear as his right hand. I have you now, he exclaimed as he attacked. Brainwashed fool, Yujito muttered as she looked over her shoulder. Doton, Iwa no Tate. Instantly a barrier of stone appeared between them and stopped the attack dead in its tracks. I've gathered the densest, strongest of the earth to create this defense that even your calcified bones aren't enough to penetrate it. I am not brainwashed. Kimimaro shouted as he tried to break through the barrier. Yes, you are, Doton, Tsuchi Shigure, Yujito said as a volley of rocks descended upon him from above, shattering his regenerating bones. She sighed in relief and turned and headed back towards the others. So you'll return to Kumo with us? With Konoha destroyed, I doubt there will be much of a fuss, Kurabi mused. Thank you for the offer, Tsunade nodded her head in gratitude. Why are you doing this, Tsunade-sama? Her aide, Shizen asked her. Because that brat over there could have killed that sand guy but he didn't, Tsunade reasoned. People like him are rare and do whatever it takes to make those close to them happy. Oh, and I almost forgot. She took off her necklace and threw it to Naruto. What's this? Naruto asked as he examined the green crystal. My grandfather's legacy, Tsunade replied with a smile. It's cursed, but I want to bet on you to break that curse, so that's why I've given it to you. Thanks, Naruto said, not knowing what to say. Can we go home now? I could really use a shower, Yujito asked as she felt the Kusanagi turn back into a snake and curl around her right arm. All right, let's go back to Kumo, Kurabi rapped as he turned to leave. As they walked, one thought continued to go through Naruto's mind. There are 5 knights with a 6th being all 5 merged together, so if Yujito is the 4th knight, then who is the 5th? Land of Lightning, Kumogakure no Sato Reikage Tower. When the team returned to Kumo, Umbu immediately took Gaara to a containment cell for when Naruto's jutsu would wear off. That it mattered since on the way back he had memorized a few ninjutsu that would completely seal off a biju from its Jinchuriki, which he had applied as soon as they arrived home. Despite his age, he was very adept at seals, and Kurabi had complimented him on it, though by Jiraiya standards he was still just a novice. So what's going to happen to him now? Naruto asked the question. He's being returned to Suna. Once there he will no longer be our problem, he replied. But they hate him, Naruto questioned. He is also a Sunanin and rightly falls under their jurisdiction, the Reikage explained. If we don't hand him over, then it could spark open war, and I'd prefer not to face a 4th Great Shinobi War just yet. We still have the Akatsuki to consider, he added. Any word from Ero Sennin yet? Naruto inquired after a moment. Yes, that he's made contact with the Konoha remnant, he confirmed. They have no allies, and currently there is open war between Suna and Iwa all over the Land of Fire. It's pretty much a land grab now that Konoha has been destroyed and the Fire Daimyo has lost his military power. What do you think they'll do? Yujito asked curiously. Jiraiya will probably rally the survivors of Konoha and try to flee the country. Konoha is gone, and without the Fire Daimyo's support there is little chance of them ever rebuilding it. For now they're nothing more than nomads, he replied. What about Suna and Iwa? Naruto asked. Iwa has always hated Konoha and your father especially. They're fighting to claim as much land and resources from the Land of Fire as they can get their hands on. Suna, on the other hand, want compensation for the death of their Yondaime Kazekage and losses during the destruction of Konoha. Kumo has been relatively ignored because we're trying to remain neutral, and because of Konoha's destruction the balance of power has shifted in our favor, so I don't expect them to try anything against us, the Reikage explained. I see, Naruto nodded in understanding. Will that be all, Reikage-sama? He asked. But that's everything. Dismissed. He gave the order and the 3 Chunin filed out of the room. They gotten better, but they still have yet to face their true terror, Kurabi rapped as the door closed. Jiraiya was able to locate Yami's next target, it's Takigakure no Sato. He nodded. Why would he go there? To give them a cold stare? Kurabi asked. I don't know. He replied. What are you going to do? Kurabi asked, for once not rapping. According to Jiraiya, Yami doesn't plan to infiltrate Taki for another 3 days. I want team be rested up and ready for deployment by tomorrow morning. Get them ready, B, he ordered. Haku had barely gotten out of the room when Yujito grabbed her arm and dragged her away, saying bye to a confused and slightly worried Naruto as they left. After a while, the two females of Team B stopped at an empty training platform and Yujito finally let her go. What is this about, Yujito-chan? Finally asked. You know what it's about, Yujito responded as she looked away. So you're finally admitting it. That's good, but I'm not the one you should be telling, Haku said simply. And I still want to hear you say it, she added. That I love Naruto, Yujito said finally. It took me a while to realize it, but after seeing how far he would go to save someone from themselves like he did Gaara, I suppose I always knew but chose to ignore it. He's too kind, Haku nodded with a smile. He cares nothing of what someone is, only who someone is. You love him too, Yujito said as she turned to look at the older girl. So what happens now? She asked bluntly. I don't mind sharing, Haku suggested. I do mind, Yujito countered. Naruto is the last member of the Uzumaki clan of the fallen Uzushiogakure no Sato, Haku stated. In order to re-establish the clan, he will have more than one child, and having 2 wives will help to reach that goal. That I know what the Clan Restoration Act is, Yujito gritted out as she turned away, her face now red. I am a member of the Yatsuki clan, but that law hasn't been used in years, not since the Second War. I have no clan, Yujito-chan, Haku admitted sadly. In Kiri Kekii Genkai were considered subhuman and everyone tried to wipe them out. When my father found out that both my mother and I had a Kekii Genkai, he tried to kill us. He killed my mother and tried to kill me. I ended up killing him with my Kekii Genkai, and then Zabuza-sama came and rescued me. Since Zabuza-sama was killed, all I have ever wanted was a family again, and I want you and Naruto to be that family. Haku-chan. Yujito muttered as her fists clenched at her side. All right, she sighed. We'll find some way to make it work. We have to, she finished. Haku smiled at that and said, I'm sure we will. Heh, maybe the Kyuubi's regeneration and rate of recovery extends to other activities as well. Yujito blushed at that. You've been spending too much time around that perverted Sannin. Right, according to Kurabi-sensei, my elemental affinity is wind, and he's already taught me how to augment my swords with it like he does with the lightning element. I wonder if I can augment the Rasengan with wind instead of my swords, Naruto thought as he made a hand seal. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Instantly hundreds of clones appeared on the training platform. All right, I want you pair up and see what you can do with it, he ordered, and the clones split into pairs. Approximately 9 minutes and 18 seconds later, he disappeared in a poof of smoke, surprising the assembled clones. Hey, where'd the boss go? One clone asked. Hell if I know, another responded. Whatever, I'm going to go prank the village. The first clone shrugged and jumped off the platform, heading back towards the main village. Boss is not going to be happy about that, the second clone commented before he turned back to the task at hand. Land of Lightning, Cloud Peak. Cloud Peak was the mountain which towered over all the rest in the area. It was even larger than the mountain Kumo was located on and spent most of its time covered in snow and ice. This mountain was also home to all the dragons in the elemental countries, and few dared to try and travel up it. In fact, the last human to ever do so was the Sandaime Reikage during the days following the start of the Second Great Shinobi War. Galkuchios no Jutsu, Miyaka called as she slapped her claw down on the ground, and Naruto appeared in an explosion of smoke. What the hell was that? Naruto exclaimed, startled. Sorry, Miyaka apologized, a little embarrassed. Were you busy? She asked innocently. Why do I get the feeling this isn't a social call? Naruto questioned. Because it's not, Hattori spoke as he appeared from behind the cliff edge. Are you well? The dragon boss inquired. It's freezing, Naruto shot back. Hattori let out a low chuckle at that. Yes, well, you humans don't have a natural resistance to cold weather like we do, that this is actually quite pleasant for us. It's not exactly what I would call a tropical paradise, Naruto commented as he shivered, trying to stay warm. You should see it during the winter, Miyaka quipped from the side, and Naruto groaned. Enough of this, Hattori spoke before turning away. Come with me, that I am taking you to meet the elder, the dragon boss ordered as he started away towards the large cavern entrance nearby. Who's this elder you're talking about? Naruto inquired as he followed close behind. He is the oldest and most revered of all dragons in the tribes. Shirai-sama, Hattori answered, Surayu was by far the oldest dragon in the entire known world, his age and knowledge going back all the way to before even the Rikudo Sennin had been born. He had fought in the demon wars and had proven himself without equal on multiple occasions. He had even fought alone against the Jubi for a time, but he was ultimately overwhelmed before the arrival of the Rikudo Sennin himself. Since then he had unified the dragon tribes and led the dragon race for millennia before settling down on Cloud Peak. His late soulmate had hollowed out the entire mountain 3 years prior to her death, and the tribes had turned it into their home. He had stepped down from boss status after his mate died and mourned her passing. His nephew and heir, Hattori, had become the boss of the tribes after he had stepped down. Surayu had given advice when asked but chose to stay out of the affairs of the tribes, preferring to watch over them as they continued to grow even as he approached the end of his life. It wasn't normal for him to give an order to anyone or use his authority at all. That had changed today. Surayu had come straight to the central chamber and spoke to his nephew directly. The order was simple: bring Uzumaki Naruto to him immediately, alone and unharmed. Naturally, since he hadn't used his authority since before the founding to the ninja villages, this had set off numerous alarm bells through the dragon tribes. Surayu had then returned to his home, a large throne room near the bottom of the cavern, and waited as Hattori personally went to summon the boy. He had finally arrived soon after. "Sure-sama," Hattori spoke and lowered his head in respect. "Uzumaki Naruto, as you had requested." He gestured his head towards the blonde human at his side. "You have my thanks, nephew." Surayu bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Would you remain outside while I have a little chat with the boy?" It was phrased as a question, but the two dragons knew it was an order and they quickly left the room. Naruto was nervous but held his ground as he turned his focus completely on the large and seemingly powerful dragon elder in front of him. Surayu was large even by dragon standards, at least 3 times the size of Hattori, and looked a hell of a lot meaner too. Quicker than most could blink, the dragon's tail whipped out and struck Naruto in the side. The blonde boy crashed into the nearby wall with a yelp as the thud from the impact echoed through the large chamber. Fire exploded from Surayu's throat a moment later and washed over the Uzumaki heir a moment later. Suddenly a red light exploded from the flames and a single figure lunged at the dragon elder, one he recognized instantly. It was the White Knight. Naruto brought the Ryujin down on the dragon elder only for Surayu to swatted the blade away with pure chakra and slam his full body weight into the White Knight. Naruto skidded to a halt a few feet away and crouched down, his shield raised and his sword at his side. "So even though you have that blade, you are still unable to use its full powers yet?" Surayu mused. "What the hell is going on? Why did you just attack me?" Naruto demanded. "I wanted to test how much of Duke's power you can control," Surayu replied as his wings fanned out and then retracted again. "You are able to assume Duke's form, however you are unable to use your primary abilities, as demonstrated by the fact that I easily swatted the Ryujin away from me." "What the hell are you talking about?" Naruto questioned angrily. "Duke is the Ryujin and you fuse together into one being. Just the same as Crusader is your shadow self and the Onijin fused together into one being. The only difference between you is he has full access to the Onijin's true capabilities," Surayu explained. "Yami is Naruto started. Able to steal the power of others because he has none himself. He is a shadow, less than human, and a creature that is not truly alive until he kills you. Didn't you find it strange that he could steal human bloodlines while you can't?" "It's the Onijin's special power," Surayu interrupted. "The Ryujin, however, is still relatively locked even though you are able to take that form. You are here today because I believe you are the one who can release its full capabilities." "Why me? Why did you give the Ryujin to me? It's caused me nothing but trouble since I got it," Naruto shouted in anger. "Would you rather I had given it to someone else? Maybe that Sasuke fellow from your academy days?" "Of course not, boy. You have been chosen by fate to change this world. You are destiny's pawn and the one who will bring a revolution to this world. Had we not given you the Ryujin, then the world could go down an even darker path than it already is." Surayu snarled back. "Alright, then what do I do? You said that the Ryujin's true power is sealed, right? How do I unlock it?" Naruto asked after a moment. "That, my dear boy, is why I have summoned you," Sarayu said with what seemed like a dragon's version of a grin. Power down and we may begin, he ordered, and Naruto reluctantly returned to human form. Now step into the center of the circle on the floor. Naruto quickly moved into position at the center of the seal matrix on the floor of the chamber. What is this exactly? Naruto inquired as the seals lit up. The necklace around his neck started to glow a moment later as his skin started to darken, and he let out a silent scream as his muscles convulsed. Chains of chakra exploded from his body and struck 10 different locations on the floor as his hair turned crimson. 10 rings exploded from the floor and placed themselves on Naruto's fingers, each one fitting perfectly and glowing green. The chakra chains retracted into him and the light started to die down a moment later. What just happened? Naruto asked, confused. You have ascended, Sarayu said simply before he explained. There have been many Ryusenin, but never before has there been a Ryusenin that has mastered the Ryujin. Not since the Rikudo Senin himself, and even then only on a technicality. So I can use the Ryujin to its fullest now? Naruto asked. Unlike the Onijin, which absorbs and copies power from external sources, the Ryujin fuses directly with the wielder and grants them 3 very dangerous abilities. The first is increased physical strength beyond that of any normal man. The second is an increased control of energy to an inhuman degree, and the last but certainly not least is the ability to supercharge your body with chakra for a limited time. These 3 together make you a very dangerous opponent, Sarayu explained. Naturally, your coils will be strained every time you use that burst mode, but the QB should be able to repair the damage in under a minute even on the battlefield. Okay, what are the rings for then? Naruto asked as he examined the rings on his fingers. Those are the rings of ascension, Sarayu answered. They will help you focus your burst mode and QB's power up to a certain point. Certain point? Naruto asked. 3 tails, maximum, Sarayu concluded. All right, Naruto said finally. We are done here, Sarayu spoke with a hint of stone in his voice. Make no mistake, Uzumaki, you are the child of prophecy and you will bring about a revolution the likes of which this world hasn't seen since the days of the Rikudo Senin. I pray you are ready for when your destiny catches up with you, for I fear that we will all pay the price if you are not. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure no Sato Reikage Tower. You're sure it's Yami? Naruto asked as he looked over the mission form. Yes, I am, he nodded in confirmation. Jiraiya-sama tracked him to Takigakure no Sato a little while ago. Your orders are to find out what he's doing and stop him at all costs. He's already done enough damage, destroying Konoha and reducing an entire country into a battleground. We'll get it done, Naruto nodded as they placed the form back on the desk. Your team is going alone this time, he said as he gestured to the 3 Chunin. I need my brother here just in case IW decides to get any ideas. Not that I expect any trouble as long as they're concentrating on the land of fire, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Understood, Reikage-sama, Haku said and bowed her head. One more thing before you go, the Reikage motioned for them to wait a moment. A former Konoha elder by the name of Danzo has recently taken over Oto and has also targeted Taki. Do not engage them if you can, but do what you think is necessary to complete this mission, understand? When he saw them nod, he finished. Dismissed, he gave the order and the 3 Chunin left the office. Land of Waterfalls, airship. It's a good thing the techs back in Kumo are already finished building the first wave of airships, Naruto commented. If they weren't, we would have never been able to reach Taki in time on foot. We're just lucky they got everything they needed from this thing, Yujiro shot back. I'm just saying, if we're going to travel around all the time, then what better way to do it than in comfort? Naruto smirked as he lay down on the sofa. I never pictured you as the lazy type, Yujito deadpanned. Our opponent is Yami, Haku said from the controls. Should we really be taking this so lightly? She asked them. Don't get me wrong, Naruto started. I'm worried about what he's doing, but what's the point in getting all hyped up before we even confront him? I suppose you've got a point, Yujito sighed. Any idea what he's after? Haku asked the 2. The file didn't say, but I bet he's after the Nanabai Jinchuriki, Yujito suggested. Taki has a Jinchuriki? I thought only the 4 main villages have them, Naruto said in surprise. All of the Biju were distributed between the villages by the Shodai Hokage, Yujito explained. Taki is the only village to receive a Biju outside of the main villages. How do you know that? I doubt it's common knowledge, Naruto asked. Kumo has always had the Nibi and the Hachibi since those days. It's the same with Suna having the Ichibi and Konoha having the Kyubi. We've always had them since before the First War, Yujito answered simply. What do you mean Konoha has always had the Kyubi? The Kyubi attacked Konoha 14 years ago, Naruto asked confused. The Kyubi was sealed into the Shodai Hokage's wife, a woman by the name of Uzumaki Mito, Yujito replied. That surprised him. What do you mean? There was a Kyubi Jinchuriki before me? And she was a member of my clan? Naruto asked. Of course, Yujito nodded in confirmation. Uzumaki Mito was said to have been an extraordinarily powerful woman who lived all the way into the reign of the Sandaime Hokage. She's Tsunade-sama's grandmother, or didn't she say anything? When she died, the Kyubi disappeared and only reappeared on the day it attacked Konoha. So no one knows where it went? Naruto questioned. Not really. A lot of people thought it might have been resealed and the Jinchuriki hidden, but no one really knows. If anyone does, they're probably keeping it to themselves, Yujito replied with a shrug. There was another reason why I sealed half of Kyubi's chakra in you. It wasn't just because I thought you could control its power. It was because there was someone manipulating the Kyubi 12 years ago when it attacked Konoha. There's at least one person who knows where it disappeared too, Naruto thought as he replayed the memory in his mind. We're coming up on the drop zone now, Haku called as she slowed the airship to a stop above a clearing. I'm setting us down now, she said as the airship descended and landed in the clearing. Alright then, let's go, Yujito said as she turned towards the hatch. They quickly exited the airship a moment later. What do we do about the ship? I don't think we should just leave it like it is. 1 second, Naruto said as he tapped a seal on the side of the airship and it disappeared. What did you just do? Yujito questioned. Activated a seal I've been working on, Naruto replied as he turned away. I based it on an invisibility jutsu from IWA. It's meant to turn objects invisible. Your Fuinjutsu is getting better, Haku commented. Let's move out, Yujito said, and the three disappeared into the trees. Land of waterfalls. Takigakure no Sato. Takigakure no Sato was located, predictably behind a waterfall inside a large cavern with a massive tree in the center. The village itself was at the base of the tree and seemed peaceful as the sun shone through the cracks in the ceiling and the branches of the tree. This peaceful setting changed, however, as a series of explosions lit up the east side of the village in red flames, killing numerous Taki-nins and civilians. Stay away from me, a young woman about 14 years old shouted at her three attackers. All around them Oto-nins poured into the village, laying waste to everything and everyone in their way. A 14-year-old boy with pale skin, decked out in umbu gear, dropped down in front of her a second later with his two teammates. When Danzo-sama had launched a full-scale takeover of Otogakure no Sato, the young man had been there as his personal aide and subsequent right-hand man. With Konoha destroyed, Danzo-sama had to move his operations elsewhere and selected Oto as the location. The young man had been given the codename Sai and partnered with two Oto-nins called Suigetsu and Jugo, the two most powerful and dangerous of Orochimaru's former forces other than the Sound Four, which had gone rogue and fled the country. Jugo had initially been reluctant to work for Danzo but ultimately agreed after Danzo revealed his Sharingan and stopped his transformation. Now the three of them were here, leading an army of Oto and Root Umbu nins against Takigakure no Sato and most importantly its Jinchuriki. I apologize, Fu-san, but Danzo-sama has ordered that you be taken into custody, Sai spoke in monotone. I said stay away. Hijitsu, Mushidama. Fu called out and unleashed a swarm of bugs at the three. That's an Aburame's secret jutsu, Sai thought as the swarm approached. She must have gained this ability from the Biju within her, he quickly deduced. Suitun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Suigetsu called out as he summoned the neighboring water from the nearby lake and washed away the bugs and leveling several buildings. Fu quickly jumped back onto the roof of a nearby undamaged building only for Jugo to appear above her and slash down with his massive fist. Fu narrowly evaded the strike, and the punch destroyed the roof she had been standing on a moment later. Chojugiga! Sai called out as 4 ink lions shot out from his scroll. Just as the beasts were about to descend upon her, a black blur dropped down beside her and grabbed her sharply. He spun, releasing chakra went, and Fu let out a yelp of surprise as the chakra encased them both in a spinning ball of chakra. Sai's eyes widened slightly when the chakra ball shredded the attacking ink lions upon contact. Kaiten, the unknown, whispered once the chakra ball died down. He moved in front of the Nanabai Jinchuriki and spoke clearly, "Sorry to interrupt you nut jobs, but I can't let you kill her or capture her." "Uzumaki Naruto," Sai said calmly. "Uzumaki Yami. How many times must I tell you? I am not that orange neon sign." Yami shouted in anger. Seriously, couldn't people tell them apart? I mean, one was all peace, love and understanding while the other was death, destruction and bloodshed, for crying out loud. "Danzo-sama has ordered your capture as well," Sai stated. "Come with us quietly and you will not be harmed." "Yeah. It's not the best invitation, so no thanks," Yami grinned in amusement. "Oh, and by the way, I'm a shadow clone," a second later he dispelled. "Chidori." Yami appeared behind Sai and tore his lightning-covered fist through where Sai's heart would be. "One down," he whispered, only for sight to dissolve into ink a second later. "Crap, it's a clone," he muttered as Jugo appeared at his side. The Odo Nin's punch quickly connected with his face faster than he could react and transformed into a mutated monster arm of some kind. Rocket-like thrusters on the elbow lit up and accelerated his arm down on Yami's face, literally pummeling him into the ground. "Not bad," Yami spoke from below Jugo's fist. Suddenly Jugo's arm was cleaved off by Yami's free hand, which now clutched the onigin. "But you'll need more than that to kill me." Sujetsu came in from the side, his personally made zanpato in hand as he swung for the intruder's head. Yami quickly shifted his weight and braced himself, blocking the massive blade with the onigin. Sai dashed at him from behind while this happened and readied his tanto at his side. Yami saw him coming and was just about to release the chakra from his QB cells when Fu jumped between them. "Futon, Fukunai," she whispered, and wind chakra extended out from the kunai in her hand. Sai struck down with his tanto and Fu quickly parried the blow, cutting right through the root's blade. She then kicked him away, dropped the kunai and formed a series of hand seals. "Futon, de tapa," she exclaimed as she exhaled a blast of wind at the root umbu, blowing him back several feet. Just then Yami knocked Sujetsu away and moved toward him with lightning now encasing his fist. "Chidori," he called out as he shocked the Odo swordsman. "How do you like that?" he shouted in glee as Sujetsu splashed the ground a few feet away. Yami then cast a look at the girl at his back and asked, "Hey Toots? How would you like to come with me?" "With you? Why would I do something like that?" Fu asked, her eyes not leaving the root umbu in front of her. "Oh, I don't know," Yami smirked over his shoulder. "Maybe because of the fact that your village is pretty much screwed? Taki won't survive long and I am offering you a way out of here." "Fine," Fu agreed. "What's up with Happy-san over there?" she asked when seals started to spread across Jugo's skin. "Maybe he's constipated," Yami deadpanned as Jugo's body took the shape of a human-sized gray monster. "He roared at the two, and he's got bad breath." Jugo shot forward, "Grab on." Fu latched onto the blonde shadow just before he started to spin. "Kaiten." A ball of chakra encased the two and repelled Jugo away from them. "Drop your barrier." Fu shouted and the chakra stopped spinning. Hundreds of bugs exploded out of her and flew around them at high velocity. Mushi came no jutsu. "That's cool but also that kinda creepy," Yami admitted. "Well, sorry for being the Nanabai Jinchuriki." Fu shouted in his face. "What the hell is going on here anyway? Who are you and why are those people outside destroying my home?" she demanded. "A man named Danzo, his real piece of work, has decided to basically conquer the entire bloody world and your village was his first target. He wanted to get his hands on you, or more specifically the Nanabai sealed in you for his new army, which he'd then train and unleash on the major villages. After he'd dealt with you, his next target is Suna and their Jinchuriki," Yami explained with a shrug. "And what about you?" Fu asked him. "Me. Yami asked amused. I seek not but blood and carnage. I want them all dead. Want power, and I want to take over the entire world. To do that I need you, he explained. Me? Why me? Fu asked confused. What do you want from me? She demanded. Just you, Yami replied simply. I couldn't care less about the nanabai, though it does help. It is not really much of a factor in my plans. I want a female Jinchuriki, that there are only 2 and the other one has already joined my enemy. Your enemy? Fu asked. A guy called Uzumaki Naruto, Yami explained. He's a Kumo-nin and the one who wields the brother sword of my Onijin, he said as he held up his sword. Fine, I'll join you to just get me out of this nightmare, Fu said finally. All right then, that here, take this, Yami said as he dropped a katana into her hands. What is this? The nanabai Jinchuriki asked him. Just listen, Yami said slowly, and everything went silent. Hello, can you hear me? What the hell? Fu shouted as she dropped the blade. Ow, that hurt, you stupid girl. Be gentler next time. I'm not made of titanium, you know. You're not made of what? Fu asked and then shook herself. How are you talking? She demanded. Ask the moron over there later that now pick me back up and do exactly as I say, or you will die here. All right, fine. Fu reluctantly agreed and picked up the blade again. Drop the barrier, Yami said with a grin, and the barrier of bugs quickly disappeared. Jugo, kill them, Sai ordered as Jugo charged up the cannons on his chest. Burning Empress of the everlasting sky, I ask you to grant me power. The power of deliverance, the power judgment, and the power to vanquish the unworthy. I call upon you, justice. Ascendo! Fu chanted and exploded in green light. Dark Knight of the Fallen Kingdom, I humbly ask that you grant me power. The power of the forgotten, the power of destruction, and the power of reincarnation. I call upon you, Crusader. Ascendo! Yami soon followed and transcended into his knight form. Beside his black-clad self now stood what could be perceived as a hunter of sorts, spouting numerous blades ranging from daggers to the single katana in her hands. Her helmet retracted slightly as her eyes glowed a dark green and glared down at the 3 Otonins in front of her. Now aren't you glad you joined me? Yami asked with a chuckle. Futon, Tetu. Fu breathed and a large blast of wind blew through the area. Sai and Sujetsu were sliced to pieces almost instantly. Jugo fared reasonably better, though he was now missing both arms and was slowly regrowing them. The village around them was now completely destroyed and most of the Oto army had been wiped out by that last attack. I have to admit that was beautiful, Yami commented with a whistle. At least you know how to show a girl a good time, Fu shot back. Raitun, Raiga, a claw of lightning shot at Yami from behind. Yami quickly turned and brought up his sword, narrowly deflecting attack harmlessly to the side. You're not getting away this time, Yami, the White Knight growled out. As he came into view. Well, I'll be damned, Yami chuckled upon seeing the newcomers. I knew you'd track me down eventually, that I just never thought you'd bring the other 2 knights with you. Standing beside Naruto was Haku and Yujito, in their knight forms and their weapons ready. So these are the enemies you were talking about? Fu asked the Black Knight. Yami nodded. Allow me to introduce you the other 3 knights of the ancients. Uzumaki Naruto, Yujito, and Momochi Haku. Well, now that this'll be fun. Fu giggled slightly and settled into a Kenjutsu stance. Let's dance. Yami grinned as he leveled the Onijin at the White Knight. You're mine, Yami. Naruto growled out and charged forward with Yujito and Haku right behind. FBS Bimch. Land of Waterfalls. Takigakure no Sato. Takigakure no Sato was no more, the Oto root attack having completely destroyed the village and the attackers themselves having been virtually annihilated by the stray attacks from the 5 battling knights. Naruto had chosen to face Yami alone, something which was understandable considering who they were to each other, while Yujito and Haku battled Fu. The Nanabai Jinchuriki was proving to be a much more dangerous adversary than originally thought of, as she, unlike the other knights save Naruto, was powered by a Biju. Futon, Tatu, Fu exclaimed as she launched a large blast of wind at the 2 female knights. Doton, Kekai, Yujito whispered. A dome-like barrier of rocks formed between them. It proved fruitless however as Fu's wind attack shattered the barrier in a matter of seconds and forcing the Earth Queen to back away. Hayaton, Senin Hyaro. Haku called out as massive pillars of ice formed around the Sky Empress. Doton, Tsuchi Shigure. Yujito followed up with a volley of high-speed rocks slamming into Fu's form. You beach! Fu growled out as she jumped at them and swung her sword down. Yujito quickly caught the strike with her own blade and kicked forward only for Fu to jump back. Futon, Hanakairi Mai. She soon unleashed a barrage of petals at the Earth Queen, each enhanced with wind chakra to increase their destructive power. Doton, Iwa no Tate. Yujito exclaimed as her body was encased in a layer of the earth. Try something else, she shouted as the wind slashed at the armor. Don't forget about me, Haku whispered as she descended upon the Sky Empress from above and slashed down at her with her sword. Fu braced herself, drawing another sword from her back and catching the strike as it was brought down. Yujito saw this and quickly hurled the kusanagi at the Nanabai Jinchuriki. Fu saw this coming however and snapped out another sword from her back, planting it into the ground between them firmly and allowing the kusanagi to hit it. Fu then spun and kicked Haku away before making a mad dash at the now unarmed Yujito. The Nibi Jinchuriki quickly released her gauntlet blades and parried the first attack which came from the side. She was unable to parry the follow-up however as Fu released another blade on her leg and delivered a swift knee to Yujito's plated ribs, cracking the armor. Hayaton, Yukihana no Jutsu. Haku exclaimed as ice formed at Fu's feet and soon encased her in a flower-shaped ice prison. Futon, Danjikanami. The ice around Fu shattered a few seconds later. I don't know who you are but I know you can do better than that. Shall we continue? Fu asked the two. Haku, let's go. Yujito called as the kusanagi slithered back into her hand and her gauntlet blade retracted. Right? Fu nodded and took off into the air again. You're too slow, Yami. Naruto shouted as he smacked his alter ego away with his shield. How could he have gotten so much stronger since our last battle? It has to be his night, Yami mused with a sneer. In the 2 years since the Battle of Wave, Naruto had clearly improved his kenjutsu to the point where it was almost suicide to face him at close range. Having spent those last 2 years training with Yatsuki Kurabi, a kenjutsu master whom rivaled Kiri's 7 shinobi swordsmen in skill, it would seem quite obvious that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had learned some skills of his own. Naruto charged forward a second later, gathering chakra to his sword as he approached and swung. Yami quickly gathered chakra in his own blade and swung to intercept the White Knight's attack. They clashed in a flurry of lights, illuminating the dead and destroyed village of behind the waterfall. Raitan, Feinarujajimento. Naruto exclaimed as they clashed. Raitan, Pseudo-Raikuratening. Yami soon followed. An explosion echoed through the chamber and sent the two knights hurling away from each other. Naruto crashed through a damaged building while Yami splashed down in the nearby lake, both of them unmoving for several long seconds. A few moments of silence descended on the battlefield with the only sound being those of distant battle between the other 3 knights further up near the tree. Yami was the first to recover, breaching the surface of the water and climbing back onto dry land. Naruto soon followed, bursting from the remains of the destroyed building and standing upright once more. Is that the best you can do, Yami? You can't even touch me now. Naruto taunted. Surrender! Never! Yami shouted back as his wings spread out. Katan, Senpu Hozenka. Flames sprang out from the wings and washed over Naruto, whom had raised his shield to deflect the brunt of the attack. When the flames died down, smoke covered the area where he had stood and Yami narrowed his eyes as it cleared. The blue cape of the White Knight emerged from the smoke, blocking Yami's view as Naruto burst out of the smoke and lunged at the Black Knight. Yami was barely able to parry the attack but Naruto quickly bashed his shield across the Black Knight's helmet. Naruto then followed this up with a swipe at his midsection and a kick to the chest, sending him crashing back into the side of the cavern. Lose Yami! Naruto shouted as he charged chakra into his shield and leveled it at the downed Black Knight, who wrapped himself in his wings. Raitan, Feinaruyashin. Lightning chakra exploded from the shield and slammed into Yami's position against the cavern wall. A deafening explosion filled the air and blanketed the area in flames and smoke. When the smoke cleared, Yami could be seen leaning against the destroyed cavern wall, now in human form once again and covered in his own blood. Even though he had used his wings to defend against the onslaught his lighter counterpart had unleashed against him, he still sustained near crippling damage. Were it not for the QB cells currently repairing his body, he would have died during that last attack. Demon you, Yami rasped as he wiped the blood from his mouth. How did you shouldn't be stronger than me, he exploded in red light a second later. That must be from his QB cells, Naruto thought grimly. Taju Imari. A now red chakra-covered Yami with 6 tails started lobbing bolts of red blasts at the White Knight. This isn't going to be easy, Naruto grumbled as he raised his shield and the bolts slammed into it. They exploded upon impact and forced him back as Yami started charging a large ball of chakra at his mouth. Rokubiko Imari. Yami exclaimed and shot the ball at the knight. The ball quickly rolled over Naruto's position, shattering Duke's armor and forcing Naruto back to human form. Yami snarled at the QB Jinchuriki as he pounced on him, a skeleton now forming around him. Naruto quickly rolled to the side to evade the initial strike and counterattacked with a punch to the fox's head. Yami let out a roar and expelled a shockwave which blew the blonde back into a neighboring pile of debris. I can't win like this, Naruto thought grimly as he staggered back to his feet. At this rate he'll kill me, and as long as he's in that form Duke won't be able to hit him. It is time. Time for what? Naruto asked the sword in his hand. It is time we become one. Naruto planted the Ryujin in the ground in front of him as it glowed orange and light engulfed him. White armor formed around his body as the Ryujin infused itself into his spine and a helmet formed over his head with a long blue cape now waving in the wind behind him. What the F is that? Yami snarled in anger. The real me, Naruto replied calmly as he readied the Ryujin in his hand. This won't save you. Yami roared as he expelled a beam of compressed chakra from his mouth. Naruto disappeared just before the beam struck him and reappeared behind the shadow warrior. What? Yami growled as he turned only for Naruto to land a spinning kick to his face, sending him flying across the battlefield. Yami touched down a second later and disappeared in a burst of speed. Naruto followed, a suit, white chakra flowing across his body like a second skeleton and pushing his body beyond its natural limits. The two clashed faster than most could see, and shockwaves rippled out from each blow, more and more, harder and harder. Yami reappeared first, Naruto right behind him, only for Yami to knock him away with one of his tails and launch a barrage of mini chakra bolts at him. Naruto evaded the attack, the strain now apparent as his skin felt like it was on fire even as he ignored it and kicked Yami skyward. Naruto followed soon after, 8 clones appearing at his side. The clones attacked in quick succession, completely catching the still airborne Yami off guard and battering him from all sides. Finally, the real Naruto jumped up over him and swung down with a spinning kick which connected with the fox's head. Uzumaki Naruto Rinden, the blonde exclaimed as the force of the blow sent Yami crashing back down to earth with a loud thud and a cloud of dust and smoke. Naruto touched back down a moment later as his clones dispelled and the chakra skeleton disappeared from his form. Holy mother of demon that hurts, now I know what old man Surayu was saying about the strain of this burst mode. Ouch. You. Yami growled as the dust cleared and he appeared crouched on all fours. I won't stand for this, Naruto, he glared. You don't appear to be standing at all, Naruto quipped despite his fatigue. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 clones sprang into existence at his side a moment later. Now what are you doing? Yami questioned as the clones started channeling chakra to the real Naruto's hand. Suddenly a bell-like screech resonated through the battlefield as a spiraling sphere of chakra and wind formed in his hand. Here I come, Yami! Naruto shouted as he shot forward with his clones. The clones jumped at the chakra fox first and were swatted away just as Naruto moved into range. Yami was about to pull back when Naruto shifted into his burst mode at the last moment and lunged forward, slipping through Yami's defenses and driving the attack into his chest. Futon, Raisin Shuriken. Yami was blown back as the ball engulfed in a spiral of wind and power. Naruto's arm was cut open to the bone and bled as the Kyuubi's chakra encompassing Yami's body was slashed and ripped apart in a matter of seconds. Finally, the ball exploded, sending both combatants crashing down in the center of the newly formed crater. Silence. Naruto stood up warily as he clutched his bleeding right arm, which looked so bad that you could see the bone. Yami wasn't much better since his chakra cloak had taken the brunt of the attack. However, the Kyuubi cells were now floating in the air around him and after a few seconds were absorbed by Naruto. "I win, Yami. You've lost," Naruto told him. "You may have won the battle, but the war is far from over, Naruto," Yami said back as he bit his thumb and formed a series of hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. A second later, a large hawk appeared at his side. "We're leaving now. The situation is no longer favorable," he told the hawk. "Right." Takamaru nodded and Yami climbed on his back. The hawk took off and flew towards where the other knights were battling. "You're not getting away!" Naruto shouted and fought through the pain in his arm in order to form the same set of hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. Miyaka appeared in an explosion of smoke a second later. "No time to explain, Miyaka-chan. We need to go after them." He climbed on and pointed towards the fleeing hawk. "Hey, beautiful? Need a lift?" Yami called out as Takamaru flew low and Yami held out his hand. Fu quickly returned to human form and caught it before he pulled her up onto the hawk's back. "Get back here!" Yujito shouted as she saw them flee. "Coming through!" Naruto shouted as Miyaka flew right over them and chased the fleeing hawk. He threw them a rope which they caught and pulled themselves now in human form up onto the dragon's back as they exited the cavern and flew out into the open air outside. "This is beyond insane!" Yujito shouted over the fast-moving winds. "Miyaka-chan, see if you can bring them down." Naruto told her. "Keton, Teppa Dama." The dragon angled slightly and unleashed several large fireballs at the hawk. Takamaru narrowly evaded, diving towards the ground and banking up as the fireballs exploded against the ground behind him. Several more fireballs quickly followed and forced Takamaru to pull up to evade the volley. "They will just not leave us alone, will they?" Yami asked and formed a set of hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. 3 stone-like hawks appeared in the air beside them and the 4 of them then angled so they could fly straight up. "Hang on!" Miyaka roared as she banked sharply and pursued, still spitting out fireballs. 2 of the golems dropped back and Miyaka narrowly evaded as they passed her as the last golem and Takamaru circled her. "Should we?" Haku trailed off and her teammates nodded. She jumped off a moment later, lunging at one of the golems and cutting it in half with her Kubikiri Hocho. Yujito was next, lunging towards another golem and igniting her arm in flames. "Kaizuki!" she exclaimed as she slashed through the stone-like hawk and proceeded to fall. "Keton, Teppa Dama." Miyaka expelled another fireball and caught the last golem in its fiery blaze as Naruto finally jumped off. Miyaka then swooped down and caught Haku and Yujito before they fell all the way to the ground. "Ing!" Yami grunted as he grabbed Fu and threw them off the hawk. "Rasengan!" Naruto struck a moment later, driving the spiraling sphere into the back of the hawk and causing it to disappear in a poof of smoke. Yami turned in midair as the 3 of them fell through the clouds and formed a set of hand seals. "Keton, Hozenka no Jutsu!" Yami exclaimed as he spewed out several small fireballs at his lighter counterpart. Naruto channeled as much wind chakra as he could to his sides and literally blasted himself out of the way of the fireballs. He straightened and tried to accelerate downwards towards Yami despite knowing he was in freefall and swung in with a punch, connecting with Yami's shoulder. Yami spun wildly and kicked him away as the ground came closer and closer to them. Fu quickly channeled wind chakra below them and suddenly a gust of wind blew upwards, slowing them down. They still crashed down into the forest, however the fall didn't kill them despite gravity trying. After a few long minutes Naruto and Yami were on their feet once more as Fu lay exhausted beside where Yami now stood. "Ha ha ha!" Yami laughed as lightning engulfed his hand and he shot forward. "Chidori!" he called out its name. "Rasengan!" Naruto quickly countered and the world was engulfed in light. The world exploded a moment later as the 2 combatants were hurled away from each other and crashed down at opposite ends of the clearing. After a moment of silence, Yujito and Haku dropped down and checked their teammate as Miyaka hovered just above them. Fu followed suit as she checked Yami, who was lying face down on the ground. Naruto groaned as Haku helped him to his feet and turned his attention back on his dark counterpart. Yami was in a similar position as he was forced to lean on Fu in order to stand, and the glare he was sending the three Kumonins was absolutely murderous. "This isn't over, Naruto, you can count on that," Yami told him before he wrapped an arm around Fu's waist, and they both disappeared in a poof of smoke. "Where'd they go?" Haku asked. "I can't sense them," Yujito shook her head. "It was a reverse summoning," Naruto said after taking a breath. "They're long gone from here," he added. "That F-dash," Yujito growled as she slammed her fist into the nearby tree. Naruto just stood looking at where Yami had disappeared and couldn't but sigh. He knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot, especially since he still had no idea how to kill Yami completely. He had just inflicted enough damage to effectively kill a Kage. However, Yami wasn't human and he would eventually recover from the wounds Naruto had dealt him. "I need to get stronger, I will get stronger, and I will beat you, Yami, that's a promise of a lifetime,"